I now call the meeting of the Code Enforcement Board to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome to the Hillsborough County Code Enforcement Board hearing. When addressing the board, please state your name, address, and speak clearly into the microphones. If you are planning to speak during the hearing, you must sign the speakers list. Presentations by the county, respondent or respondents, opposition, must be kept to a maximum of 10 minutes each. The board may recess at 12:30 p.m. and reconvene at 1:30 p.m. to conclude business if necessary. The basic procedure for the hearing is as follows. Your case will be announced. Ms. Meyer will conduct the oath of witness. Staff will present the evidence in your case. You will be allowed to rebut the evidence and explain what has occurred. I will close the hearing. The board will deliberate, make a motion, vote. I will announce the decision. All decisions are based on the gravity of the violation, the action taken by the violator, and the violator's history. The board may ask questions and allow other witnesses to testify if necessary. The board issues an order for compliance. It is your responsibility to notify the code enforcement officer on or before date ordered. To demonstrate that the violation or violations have been corrected. Depending on the order, the code enforcement staff may later have to conduct an inspection to see if you have complied. If staff believes you have not complied, you will receive a notice by mail. By law, you have 10 days to contest the notice. Otherwise, it will be considered correct and a lien may be placed against your property. If you have any questions, these rules are outlined in Hillsborough County Code or Ordinances and Laws, Chapter 14, Article 2, Section 14. Any person who decides to appeal the decision of the Code Enforcement Board will need a record of the proceedings. The record is comprised of testimony and evidence on which the appeal is based. It is your responsibility to ensure a verbatim record of the proceeding is made. By law, you have 30 days from the date of the order to appeal to the board's decision to circuit court. Before we begin, make sure all electronic devices are turned off or silenced. Okay. We need a motion to approve the meetings from January 29th and February 26th. Anybody want to make a motion?
Parker Baniak, a motion.
Okay. So do we have a second? All right, second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Who had the second?
Mr. Bowling was second.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, oath for the defendants and witnesses, please.
All the county staff who will be testifying must take the oath of witness. Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. First case is on page 1 under continued cases.
roll call?
She's just going to listen. She's
Oh,
just
I'm
gonna
sorry.
listen. It's okay. You already have 7 board members.
Okay.
Excuse me, is there a roll call?
Yes, we do need to do a roll call.
One moment. We'll start with the chair, Bordenaro,
Here?
Boland,
Here.
Clayton,
Here.
Lorenzen,
Present.
Urbaniak,
Here.
Virzilla,
I am here.
Wright.
Here.
Is there any other members present? Thank you. You have a quorum.
Thank you.
Are you ready for the first case?
Yes, ma'am. Have you sworn in the county staff?
I did, yes.
Okay, we couldn't hear it. Okay, yes, we're ready for the first case.
First case on page 1, case number CE 1901-9823. The owner is Pine Key Tampa Bay LLC, and the location is 1 Beer Can Island Way. This is a continued case from the December 18, 2020 hearing. And I believe you received a case history with your agenda, and someone is signed here in here. If someone is present for this case, please come forward.
Yes, this is Peggy Matthews.
Peggy Matthews is
Never mind.
virtual.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Um,
I'm Jonathan McHenry.
All right, is
Peggy, being the
is the county presenting, or do you want me to present?
Excuse me, I have to swear in the witnesses first. Just a moment.
Oh, okay.
Okay, raise your right hands. And ma'am, the one on virtual, please take the oath of witness as well. Can we get her on the screen? Okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
I do.
State your name and address.
Cole Weaver, 1025 Apollo Beach Boulevard, Unit 1, Apollo Beach, Florida, 33572.
And what are you?
One of the owners.
You're
one of the
okay.
owners.
Jonathan McHenry, 720 Sunset Cove, Dare Beach, Florida, 33708. And yes, I am one of the owners as well.
Thank you. And ma'am, state your name and address.
Peggy Matthews, 1520 Big Sky Way, Tallahassee, Florida, 32317. And I'm the Environmental and Government Relations Director and also an owner. And I'll be presenting information today.
Thank you. I believe the county will go first.
Okay.
I'm Carmine Fasano with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case deals with the location of an island in Tampa known as Beer
Mr.
Can.
Pisano,
Yes.
can you share again? I had to stop it before.
Okay. This deals with the location known as Beer Can Island. Most important folio number is 051-459.0000. Ownership group is Pine Key Tampa Bay. This case came to hearing on 12/18/2020. And during that time, there was a ruling made on accumulations and nuisance conditions, and the conditions of site development plan required and construction without permit were continued. The owners of the island and the county were encouraged to jointly work on getting the zoning on the property. The owners of the property have, in fact, started the process. Let me back up one step. Is during this process, the conditions of accumulations and nuisance conditions were complied with an appropriate amount of time. I reached out to Tony Garcia, who's the director with Comprehensive Plan Policy, and in that process, I found that the ownership had a pre-planned meeting that they attended, and they have until July 1st, 2021, if they have the intent of submitting a planned amendment application to give the island a land use designation in part of pursuing the zoning. I believe if The ownership is here to give the update as requested by the board. And from there, we will request another continuance till a period after July 1st for another status update to see if they follow through with the application process.
Okay. The owner?
Yes, Peggy Matthews. I submitted documentation to supplement and to support each one of the compliance of these orders. As Mr. Pisano talked about, that the nuisance and accumulations have been complied with. We have had a comp plan application conference that was held on March 5th. And we will be submitting an application before July 1st for the next application cycle. And then Wednesday, April 28th, we had a rezoning pre-submittal meeting. And we are preparing an application to submit for rezoning also. And so that takes care of all the violations.
Okay. Anybody else wish to speak?
This is Mr. Urbaniak. When was the last time the property was inspected by the code enforcement officer?
Give me 1 second.
He said it was February 23rd, February 3rd.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have anything to testify to? All right. Mr. Pisano, how much time are you asking the county wants? How much time for them to come back to this board?
Well, to my understanding, they have until July 1st to submit their plan amendment. I think that would, at our next hearing after that would be a good time for them to come in for, or at least virtually appear, whatever is available at that time, to give us an update as to whether they follow through with that. If they fail to follow through with that, then they would be in violation. If they submitted it, then it will be on course for the amendment change.
All right. I believe the next hearing date, one is June 29th, one's July 29th.
Let's go with July 29th.
We'll go with July 29th is what you're asking for.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Mr.
Members of the
Borden?
board, do you have any questions?
Mr. Bornero,
Yes.
I go ahead and make a motion to go ahead and continue it till July 29th hearing date, which is 90 days.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second for purpose of discussion.
Okay, Mr. Lorenzen.
Based on all the documentation that Ms. Matthews and their team has provided, and the fact that they've already attended the pre-submittal meeting that just happened a couple of days ago, I understand they have the chance until July 1st to respond, but this process is going to take longer than that regardless. I think they're jumping through all the hoops we're asking them for, and we asked them to come back, and they've been very specific in their continuance, asking for us to do 120 days because they're bringing people from Tallahassee, and just to give us an update, I would be comfortable with doing 120 days with them because they've done everything we've asked us to do to this point.
I don't have a problem changing that motion to 120 days.
It's your motion.
Second,
You still second?
second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. What's the closest date for?
We don't have the August hearing scheduled yet. So once we have it, we will notify everyone what the date is.
Okay, so it's going to be continued to the August date.
Yes.
All right. Next case, please.
Thank you.
Next case is number 2, case number CE 2000-3108. The violator is Ace Golf Incorporated. And this case was also a continuance. Good morning. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And state your name and address.
William Place, 610 Garrison Cove Lane, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
And you're the owner of Ace Golf?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And I,
Okay, who's the officer on this?
It's me again, sir. This is Carmine Pisano with Code Enforcement. This case was heard on the board on 11/20/2020. At that time, the presentation was, let me get this up on the board. There we go. This deals with a sign that is sitting in the median at Regents Park Drive and Bruce B. Downs Boulevard. The property is owned by Hillsborough County. On the 11/20/20 hearing, a continuance of 120 days was granted, so Ace Golf Incorporated, the owners of Pebble Creek Golf Course, can seek a resolution to the sign. The charge was having a prohibited sign off premises. During that time period, some communication and progress was made with the county and Pebble Creek community, which was in part of Pebble Creek Golf Course seeking some type of resolution to have some type of sign at that location. That process has fallen through. Notice from Adam Gormley with Development Services of recent is that it has not been resolved. And basically the Pebble Creek community had not agreed to pay the acquisition fee for the median. So the property remains in the hands of Hillsborough County, and the sign is in violation, and we're asking for a ruling at this time for the prohibited sign.
How long will it take the county to remove the sign?
Well, it would not be the county's responsibility to remove the sign. It'd be for the violator. If to my understanding that they just want, I'm sorry, sir?
It's on county property.
Yeah, we have a violator who is violated with the sign. We'll give the opportunity for the violator to take his sign down and preserve it for potential future resolution to this. But in the present, they're in violation. We do not need the monument itself taken down. To my understanding, it's just the sign itself needs to come off the monument. I would encourage the owner to take the sign down themselves so that it's not damaged. And again, so that in the future, there may be some resolution to this, and there may be a change on the community's part to pay the acquisition fee, thus opening the door for them to seek a permit for the sign to go back up with a community type issue. But at the present, it'd be up to them. I would give them 30 days to remove the sign, and if it's not removed, then I will seek the county to remove the sign. I can't guarantee the integrity of the sign after the county removes it, though.
Okay.
Anthony, can I ask a question?
Yes, you can.
This is to Mr. Paisano. Who maintains the grass and the bushes out there?
I'm sorry, Mr. Boland, I couldn't hear you.
Who maintains? I mean, they got landscaping out there. Who maintains that now?
Well, if they take this, after they take the sign down, it's county property. It'd be up to County Public Works to maintain the median.
Okay, we said negotiations about that between Pebble Creek or Ace Golf and county. The better alternative would be for the county and this company to work something out. I mean, looking at that picture, it looks good. And in my experience, mostly private industry is going to keep it up better than the county.
Well, sir, that is not for either you nor I at this point in time to speculate as to how well it's going to be maintained. I can only deal with the legality of whether the sign itself is permitted or not. If the community wishes to maintain the median, as we all do, that little county-owned strip in front of our own properties, that will be up to the community.
Well, that's your opinion. Okay.
Other questions? Mr. Larson, do you have a question? Sure. Okay, Mr. Pace,
Yes, sir.
what would you like to say?
Well, I'd like to say a few things, sir. First off, I would like to read a message from Mike Jacobson, the president of the Pebble Creek HOA. He was not able to be here because his wife is in surgery this morning. He said, as stated to you previously, the HOA and golf course have a good working relationship, and we are in support of the signage remaining at the entrance. He says, I don't know if it's worth mentioning, but the only one person to oppose this no longer lives in the community, and there is no damage or risk to the community or county to let our sign remain. I do wish to reiterate, this sign has been at this location in one form or another for 53 years. I pointed out to the board 4 months ago, and I'll just show this again just as a refresher. But when the Pebble Creek Golf Course was first built in 1967, there was a road that went from Bruce B. Downs straight to the golf club and served only the golf club. At that time, there was a sign for the golf club. At a later date, I believe the early 80s, the county built the collector road and abandoned this straight road to the golf club. The collector road served all of Pebble Creek and made a full loop around the community. It started here, where it then went to the golf club, looped around, and came out as another entryway onto Bruce B. Downs. So it became one of 3 entrances to the Pebble Creek community. And if I could read from from the president of the Pebble Creek HOA, serving 1,094 homes in Pebble Creek, he says, quote, there has always been a Pebble Creek Golf Club entrance sign along Bruce B. Downs since the club was built in 67, 68, and prior to current sign ordinances. The entry road to Pebble Creek Golf Club was initially a straight road direct to the golf club off a then dirt road that is now Bruce B. Downs Boulevard. When the county constructed the public collector road, now known as Regents Park Drive, it took association property and golf club property and replaced the straight entry road with a current curved entry road over the same site. This involved creating the current island in the road entry where the golf club sign was relocated to. It also assumed the county assuming ownership of this property. Now, it appears there was a mistake somewhere along the way that this remained county property because the other 2 entryways that also have islands, the entryway islands were deeded to the HOA. So we're dealing with something that basically predates sign ordinances back to 67 for a sign that has always existed. And we're also dealing with a problem where the county somehow did not deed this property over. And now they're wanting the HOA to pay a large amount of money to purchase this, which the HOA really does not have the funds to do. So this is really kind of a comedy of errors. And I have to tell you that the community, as mentioned by both HOAs that represent Pebble Creek, they feel that this is a safety issue as well, because where you have 60,000 visitors to the golf club each year who must choose between one of three entrances, when you remove the entryway sign, which the HOAs all approve of, you could potentially have a safety issue where cars are going through neighborhoods and potentially putting children and pedestrians at danger. And I'd also like to quote further on his letter, the golf course sign matches our other entry signs is in his keeping with the sign size ordinances. It is an attractive and desirable community and golf course entrance sign. Besides the fact that the golf course sign should be a grandfathered sign, it provides an extremely useful community service that substantially improves traffic safety and the security of our neighborhoods. Because we have three entrances to our community, it would be very confusing to the golf course's 60,000 plus visitors each year as to which entrance is for the golf club. The golf club is on Regents Park Drive, but there are two other community entrances, a total of three, on Regents Park Drive South and Pebble Creek Drive. So again, I'd like to tell you that this is somewhat of a comedy of errors, because it started with actually one of the board members, a dissenting board member, filing this complaint, ostensibly, I think, to try to get us to repaint the sign to the new community colors, which we did anyhow at the first request we received to do so. And that person has since left the community. So I don't believe that this is fair to the business or the community to remove a sign that has in effect been there for 53 years and is well before county sign ordinances. So I thank you for your time and consideration.
Question? Okay, Mr. Pizarro.
Yes, I wish to rebut what he had said, sir. Go ahead. You have a question?
Yes, I do have a question. Is there a variance, or we're not even talking variances because the property belongs to the county?
We're not talking variance because the property does belong to the county, and what we would be doing if you made a ruling contrary to what is an absolute rule and ordinance, you would be setting a precedence for every business out there to set up a sign on county property and claim that it's for the better interest of the community. This is a massive sign that sits here, and I would agree that it's well maintained and taken care of. But what I would like you to take a note to the left of this sign is another monument. And the monument sits on the property of the community. One sits on this side of the road and one sits on the other. There is no reason, if the urgency for the safety of the community is to have a sign for the golf course at this location, that they cannot put in a request for a permit for modification of these signs to include golf course with an arrow that is not so monumental as this sign that sits out here in the median. We're dealing with an issue of this could have been resolved had the community followed through with the acquisition of the median. And it's not the only time that this has occurred, and it occurs all the time in Hillsborough County, where communities pay a fee to the county to purchase the property that belongs to the county. This case in the community, the attorney alone in this case is representing another property and is refusing to pay the acquisition fee to resolve a problem with a median. So even in itself is that the attorney handling this case has two cases to show that there are probably many more cases out there that I don't have the ability to identify to you at this time. So there is an immediate resolution, and there's a long-term resolution for this community to solve this issue with the sign.
May I offer any rebuttal, sir?
Certainly, but keep it brief.
I'm sorry, was that a yes? It's hard to.
Yes, keep it brief.
Okay. First off, I would say that approving this grandfathered sign would not cause any mad rush to business owners to start erecting signs on county property. It is a very unusual and unique situation, and one which really should be considered as a grandfathered sign. It is quite easy to keep others from trying to post signs on county property. And again, this never should have been county property in the first place. It is only so because of a mistake which occurred sometime when the collector road was built. It just makes no sense. Now, in terms of the size of the sign, it meets all current size ordinances. It is on what is now an 8-lane road. The small community signs that he pointed out there on the north side is barely legible, and certainly not from all lanes of this now very busy highway. So this sign, as even stated by the community HOAs themselves, is appropriate to the location. It is not overbearing. It has been there for so long. They actually like the sign very much. So I have to say that those comments really don't make a lot of sense to me.
Okay. All right, for your question. My opinion, the county owns the land. They do not wish to purchase the land from the county, so it belongs to the county. About 30 days to give them to decide whether they really want to buy it or not, and then it belongs to the county. That's my opinion. Do we have any other questions, opinions from the board?
Comment?
You.
Yeah, how much, the question would be to Carmine, how much of that sign is an encroachment on county property?
It is the entire sign, the whole median strip there, it belongs to the county.
Ms. Wright?
I'm not aware, but is there like a process to get it grandfathered in? Would the county be willing to entertain that?
It's my understanding from Kim King, who handles the permitting of the signs with development services, that answer is no.
Okay, thank you.
If there's no more questions, somebody want to make a motion?
I'm gonna make a motion, only because of the,
Go ahead.
everything that's being said here. I would move in the case of CE 1901-9823, that based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County Code and Ordinance as listed in staff presentation. Further, based on the gravity of violation, the action taken by the violators history, I grant 360 days to come in compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that time, a fine of $100 per day be assessed.
Do we have a second?
How long of an extension?
I said 360 days.
I'll second that.
You're gonna second it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we have a motion,
Discussion?
certainly.
I'd like to hear the reasoning behind that, Mr. Versilla, just so I understand. That's pretty unprecedented to have a 360-day period before the fines are enacted. This, in my opinion, is a sign that is on someone else's property. That would be the same as if I had a sign and I came to your front yard and I put a sign in it, and then I turned around and said,
My reason for my motion is based on the fact that the sign has been there so long. And there was the dispute as to when the county took it over and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Give them time to figure it out in 360 days.
but we gave them 120 days, and they came back with a figure from the county to purchase it. And the testimony that the gentleman gave was that the association loves it, but they don't want to pay for it.
I don't look at it
that's
as
a liability.
That's my motion.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna have to do this by roll.
Turn the mic on, sir, if you're wishing.
May I interject one comment, please?
we've got a motion on the table already. No, you cannot. Okay, roll call as to the motion, please.
Bordenaro,
No.
Boland,
Yes.
Clayton,
No.
Lorenzen,
No.
Urbaniak,
No.
Versilla,
Yes.
Wright.
Yes.
Motion failed 3-4. Bordenaro, Clayton, Lorenzen, and Urbaniak voted no.
So we need another motion. That motion has died. Somebody else will have to make a motion. Mr. Lorenzen, go ahead.
I move in case CE 200031008, the based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County Codes or ordinances listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of violation, the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 90 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $250 per day be assessed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Lorenzen, second by Ms. Clayton.
Discussion.
Discussion, go ahead.
Yeah. I can't believe the county and the private industry here can't come to a resolution on this thing. 360 days. It was fine with me based on a sign that's been there over 50 years. I mean, it's kind of unbelievable to me that this case is even here. I do realize that it's private property on county property. But I do believe that there are other instances in this county where there has been an agreement made between the private, an HOA and the county, where the county does retain ownership of the property, but the agreement is the HOA maintains the landscaping and the signs. So that's just my take on the situation.
Okay, I did not hear where the county would keep the property and that the HOA would do the maintenance. What Mr. Pisano said, what I heard, once the county takes it over, the county will do the maintenance.
Okay, well, what I'm saying on my personal knowledge, that's not true. That's not true.
Okay. All right, we're gonna have a vote, and right now the motion is 90 days, $250 a day. And if we'd please do this one by roll call again.
Bordenaro,
Yes.
Boland,
No.
Clayton,
Yes.
Lorenzen,
Yes.
Urbaniak,
Yes.
Versilla,
No.
Wright.
No.
Motion carried 4-3. Boland, Versilla, and Wright voted no.
Thank you. Okay. The order is 90 days, $250 a day. Next case, please.
Turn to page 3, number 5, case number CE 21000575. The owner is Lazaro Lantas, location 5015 Lowell Road. We have service and someone is here for this case. Good morning. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And state your name and address, and I don't think that's on. Okay, now state your name and address.
My name is Lazaro Lantis. My address is 1201 North New Jersey Avenue, Florida.
Thank you. I believe there's another party who wants to speak as well. You can go to that one. Turn on the microphone. No, you need to leave your mask on, sir. I'm sorry. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
State your name and address.
it's Mark Livingston, 13002 Delwood Road.
Is that Tampa?
Yeah.
And what is your relation to this case?
I'm a concerned citizen.
Okay, all right, thank you. The code officer will present their side first.
I am Code Officer Carmine Pisano with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. So we get this up first, I'm sorry. The property in question is located at 5015 Lowell Road. What's important, this shares an address with the adjoining property, so I make note of the folio number 019-068-0050. It's owned by Lazaro Lantes. The property is not in foreclosure. Property was first inspected on January 12, 2021. I've received a complaint through the Code Enforcement Administration of overgrowth. On my initial inspection, I noticed that there's 6-foot fence, chain link fence in front of the property, which has been there for some kind of time, has been in disrepair. Along the right front side, the fence is falling down, as well as on the right side of the property, the fence is falling also. There's a large gap to where the gates at once were. The initial growth was 4 feet 8 inches of vegetation and grass. There were rusted tools for heavy machinery observed, and hidden in the overgrowth is the footer for a house that's been there for some time with rebar sticking up. Most are covered with, have a rubber cover, for some are exposed and create a massive hazard and an attractive nuisance to any children that may venture onto the property. My communication with the owner has been through text messaging, and on 2/21/21, I received a message that the lot had been cleared. I also had returned to the property on 3/1/2021 because the owner had now taken fill and filled into the front drainage ditch of the property. This was done without a permit. I'm sorry. That incident was referred to the right-of-way. It still has not been resolved because of the allegation of fill to include rubble in the material. This case has on 4/22/21, I returned to the property for the final inspection, to which most of these photos that you see are here. The ditch in the front still remained without a culvert pipe, and the flow of water was blocked. Again, that is on the right-of-way issue. Chain link fence still remains in disrepair. Just inside the fence area, there was a metal section which appeared to be some type of lattice. Loose dirt on the left side included cut up trees. The footer still exists on the property with the protruding rebar, but was cut to a lower level. I moved to the back of the property where materials to include wheelbarrow, concrete sections, tractor mower bed, a tractor grader, scrap wood, and other pieces of metal objects sat in the high vegetation which exceeded 10 inches in height. And I know I'm running, this property has a long history with code enforcement. We're seeking a per occurrence for the violations for accumulations in violation of Code Board Order CE 180-10477 and dated 10/15/2018, and overgrowth with the same case number and date, and in violation for nuisance conditions. This property has been inspected 7 times with code violations in each. What I will do is, what I want to point out is the attractive nuisances This is a photo of my first visit. As you can see, that you could barely see any of the footer and the rebar that sits there. Now, if any individual venturing on the property to kill children could be impaled by any of these rebars sitting up through here. This has been sitting here for at least 10 years, and for 10 years, no permit has been obtained for the construction of the residence, which caused the cease of operations and construction and no further action. And that's the end of my testimony. Thank you.
Okay, we'll hear from the owner.
Yes, how you doing? The property I acquired back in 2006. Initially, I built a house next to it. It was a project that I was planning to do for my family members. My aunt owned the property next door. And I was hoping to build this second home for my parents so they could live together in their retirement. We didn't have the funds to finish the project because of the 2006 market situation. And little by little, I've been saving money to finish the property. I went ahead and put the high fence for the same issue that he was referring to, for people not to protrude into the property and have access to the property. I've been having recurring issues of neighbor offering me to buy the property. Also, there was a couple of deputies that have shown up when people have been mowing the property and telling them that there was a court enforcement case on the property. So I know there's a lot of interest on people buying the property. The issue with the rebar, if you can see in the picture, the rebar has been capped, and that's a standard safety issue for any construction site. I have contracted a welder to build a custom door with a lock so I can provide the code to the maintenance people to have access to the property and maintain the property regularly, because it was completely shut. There was in a door there, it was completely shut and there was no access. So as to the right side of the fence falling down, I examined that when we were doing the maintenance, because I did the maintenance myself, and I didn't see the fence falling down. Yes, it's been a long time since I acquired this property and haven't developed. And I haven't had now we were able to sell the property next door. And I filed a permit for the right of way to put in a pipe. The county went, apparently for the same condition that he referred to, that it shares the address with the neighbor next door. The permit has been put in the system, the Axelar system, under the neighbor's address, because we share the same address. But the last note that I got from the system was that they were sending someone to the right of way to determine the size of the pipe that they were going to put in there, because I am going to file for rezoning and work on the construction for the property. The last time that I filed that, the sizing of the property was not sufficient to develop. Like I was saying, I send a couple of people to mow the lawn there, and I always get this sheriff deputy on a pickup truck coming into the property and harassing the people that are going over there to mow the lawn. I don't know what the interest is. Actually, I had the code enforcement officer show up at my parents' house and deliver the audience for this audience when I received the certified letter. So I do not know what this, I've been constantly harassed by the neighbors. When we put the house next door on the market, somebody called my niece, which is a real estate agent, and say that she couldn't sell that property, that that property was under violation, there was code enforcement cases, and we ended up selling the property. So they have been very serious as to your motives behind this, but I told Mr. Paisan that I was taking care of the mowing and cleaning, but the foundation I was going to use to build a home. And I already proceeded with the right-of-way permit, and I'm going to proceed with the rezoning.
Okay. How long is it gonna take you to get this
sorry?
permit and get this thing built? We're being heard it was been 10 years now.
Correct. It has been 10 years and it has been 10 years that we've been saving up money because we're not getting it. I'm doing this as my personal project for my parents.
Okay, my
So
question
I needed to save the money. I just, I'm a regular working person.
how long is it gonna take you to start construction?
Well, I talked to Mr. Walker at the Hillsborough County Zoning and Land Development, and he told me that I needed to go to a zoning, rezoning for the future land use of RSC6 on there. And that procedure takes about 4 months to go through. They went ahead and filed for the right-of-way permit in order to put a culvert pipe with a DOT 22 size meter ends, which is a repeating pattern across the lower road. I have several pictures that I took of other houses that actually have concrete on the right of way. My application would have been just to go ahead and put a driveway through it. The other issue was that back in 2006, there was no there was no sewer on the property. Now they have I went ahead and called 811, which is the Sunshine One, that they do right-of-way utility identification. And I don't see the picture that Mr. Paisan put in there with those flags. They identified that there was an 8-inch force main running through the front of the property, which really helped me because I was limited by I guess the county calls it a wellhead area, which it was 1 septic tank per acre. And we use that option on the house that we built next door.
Okay, sir. You're not answering my question.
Sorry.
What I need to know, you got the permits. When did you get those permits?
When do I get the I'm sorry.
Correct.
Are you saying when I'm applying for the permits?
You testified you got a permit.
I testified that I applied for a right-of-way permit.
Okay, when did you do that?
We did that. It's online on the Axelar system. I did that about after I contacted Mr. Paisan.
What date? A month?
I think Mr. Paisan actually called me and sent me a text explaining to me that the permit went to the property next door because we share the same address. So I have let me look at here and I can tell you the exact date.
Okay, and my second question was, when you get the permit, if you get the permit, how long will it take you to start construction?
The second question, that's what I'm trying to answer to you. These are the factors that will lead to the permit issuance. The factors are, one, that I need to do a zoning change on the property.
Okay, sir, wait a minute. Again, we're going through the same stuff. What I asked you is, when you have the permit, how long will it take you to start construction?
Oh, I'm a builder. I'm a certified building contractor with the state of Florida. I could build, we have the savings now because we sold the house next door. My aunt is going to live with my parents. So I could build that house in about 6 to 8 months.
Okay,
Well, depending on the lumber prices now, so.
okay. All right, we have a citizen that wishes to speak.
Was there a permit issue?
I'm sorry.
Was there a permit issue?
Are you asking me a question?
There is no permit. Are you asking for a permit issued for the construction?
There's no permit issue. It's a right-of-way permit that I filed for that property.
So we're still is ground zero, okay.
Right, that's what I was just referring to, that we need to do a zoning change, and that's what I consulted Mr. Walker at the land development area to do a zoning change from ASC 1 to RSC 6.
To show
Okay.
you,
I want to hear from the citizen.
So this property is zoned AR and it has been for as long as I've lived down the street from that property, and it was illegally split using a quitclaim deed into two properties, and the property that's there now was started to be built on without a permit. It stopped when we noticed that there was no permit on the property. And on where it's zoned AR, which means he can only have one single family home on that property. And the property has to be what it was in 1989 or 5 acres or more, which it's not. And once it's split, it's not what it was in 1989 either. So zoning has told him before that that property needs to be put back together. And he's already attempted a rezoning on that property and it did not go through.
Okay. Mr. Pisano, do you have any more to say?
Can I add a correction to that, please?
Sure.
Okay.
Excuse me a moment. Can you put your mask on properly, please? Thank
Just
you.
hold down. I went through to the means during that time to split the lot. The folio numbers were issued. The county legally split the property. I now, according to the verbiage that he just referred to, very similar to somebody who called my niece to sell the property, for the property. The property is legal. I have when I applied for this rezoning, I was out of the country and I couldn't go to the hearing. So it wasn't denied. It was that I was out of the country. I was in Colombia. So it wasn't denied. It was because I did not attend the hearing. I paid the fee and I was going to do the rezoning. But at the time, I did not go to the hearing. And that's what it was. I didn't show up. So it wasn't because it was denied.
Okay. Mr. Lorenzen.
Mr. Pisano, I've heard a lot about this building construction, but I just wanted to clarify the issues that we have here. A property that's basically in disarray in regards to accumulations of overgrowth, the rebar for nuisance conditions and fences, correct?
I'm sorry. I'm hearing all mumbled.
The question I have is that what we're dealing with here is accumulations, overgrowth, nuisance conditions, which is I guess the rebar and those kind of things, and then fences. Regardless of what the plan is for building construction and things like that, you're asking for, I'm assuming, two motions: a repeat violator motion for accumulations and overgrowth, and then initial violation for nuisance conditions and fences. Correct?
Yes, and I wanted to clarify that. Thank you. The per occurrence is for something that is continuing and it's on for the amount of cases. There's far more cases than the one case that he's been the adjudication was for. It seems that there's let's see how to put this. This property is sat in this condition and is worsened over time, and code enforcement has basically had to continually get on the owner to maintain the property. And even now, as showed from the photographs, all the front was made somewhat presentable and not totally because of overgrowth in the front by the fence. But you could see as all the debris and the overgrowth still continues into the back of the property as if I would not go back there to inspect it. This property has maintained itself as a dangerous situation with this foundation and the rebar sticking up. It is my request to either Mr. Lantes either follows through within a period of time afforded by the court to get the construction permit, or take out the danger, that nuisance condition that exists there being in the footer and the rebar that sticks up out of the ground that poses a danger. So yes, there was in review of the history, The construction itself was started without obtaining a permit, something that Mr. Lantes says in his own testimony that he's a contractor, should know that you need permits to build in Hillsborough County. So he was proceeding to do things without seeking proper approval, and he still has not done anything. And just to add a note, Mr. Walker has not worked for Development Services quite some time, so that just shows you the effort on Mr. Lantez's part to even into this current case to resolve this issue.
The issue regarding nuisance conditions, does that also include the filling in of the ditch in the front of the property?
Well, at the present time, that's being handled. That's a case that has not been cited in this case and can be in the future if it's not properly developed.
And then do we have a life safety issue with the fences being in disrepair in regards to nuisance conditions? Obviously, people being able to get on site, there's holes, they're knocked down, whatever they are.
Yes, I don't know if at any given time that the fence itself is not a proper fence. You cannot have a 6-foot fence in the front, but we're just citing it for conditions. That's where we stand at this point in time.
Thank you.
Question?
It's gonna be
Mr. Carmine?
Yes, sir.
Question on the nuisance condition with the rebar sticking up through the structure. If they put on rebar caps like they normally do when it's approved by OSHA on the rebar, would that bring that in compliance?
Well, as you can see, the caps were placed on, but I can walk up to that rebar and just pop the cap off. As if he had placed the caps on all of the rebar, you can see that the caps no longer exist on all the rebar. What it is it has been sitting there for 10 years. I don't know how long it takes to save up money being a contractor to develop what your intent was to do improperly and without proper permits to begin with, and still has not been resolved with permits. And it is a dangerous situation. So that's where I'm just requesting that we either have this individual continue with this and obtain the building permit, or remove the danger that sits out there on this property.
Can I add a note to that, sir?
Quickly.
Yes, sir. Is the situation, and I do understand Mr. Paisan's comment as to the safety for children. The reason that I put the high fence, it was for that factor alone. If we proceed to follow the guidelines that Mr. Paisan is asking me to do, then any children can come and jump over a 4-foot fence easily. And I went ahead and proceeded with a cover full without a door. So the person that would need to go into the property to mow it had to remove actually the mesh to service the property. Now, being that the history shows that the long history of complaints to the court enforcement situation proves that there has been neighbors that have been, harassing me about selling the property and complaining about the property for many years. Their motives, I do not know what they are, but I have those caps are used in every single construction site for safety OSHA requirements. Now, if he feels like a little child is going to come and remove the cap from the rebar and climb over that almost a 10-foot fence, then he must know something that I don't know. So if they need me to go ahead and put super glue on the caps, I'll put super glue on the caps. But my motives is to go ahead and finish developing the property now that all of the factors are in play. We have sewer access on the property now. And to the comment that it was obtained without a permit, we did file permits on the property next door. We went ahead and put in the plans with the county. It was in the old system. There was the optic system. I know that you guys are migrating to the XLR, and there's no record of it maybe, but I do know for a fact, and I have the engineering done on that property, and I have done all the paperwork. The reason that I was pulled back, it was because of the zoning situation. And I did speak with Mr. Walker months ago. It wasn't recently. So that was a few months ago that I spoke with him, because this is not I have to work. I have a regular job that I got to do. I don't drive around.
Okay. Under the board, have any questions? Who would like to make a motion? Go. Mr. Bell, would you like to make a motion? I move the case number C 21000575. Based on evidence presented, the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as to part 12.3A and 12.4 of the staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of violation actions taken by the violator's history, I grant 30 days to come in compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $200 per day be assessed. As to part 12.1 and 12.2, I find the property is again in violation of the previous order dated 10/15/2018. This constitutes a repeat violation as defined in Florida statute. Further, based on the gravity of the violation actions taken by the violator's history, I grant 30 days to come in compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $200 per day be assessed. Additionally, that a fine of $200 per day per occurrence be imposed for any repeat violations after compliance is achieved.
Second, Lorenzen.
So I have this straight. They have 30 days on everything. Okay. We do have a second by Mr. Lorenzen. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next case, please. So
We
you have 30
an
days.
echo here, you know that.
30 days to take everything out?
To come into compliance, yes, sir.
All right, so remove the foundation. Yes?
What are the violations? What are you asking?
I'm asking if is it mowing and fixing the fence, or is it mowing and fixing the fence and removing the foundation?
Everything.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Next case is number 6, case number CE 2000-1461. The owner is MSD Property Holdings LLC. Location 5431 Trail Drive. We have service and we have someone virtual for this case.
Yes, Mark, can you unmute your microphone, please?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And state your name and address.
My name is Mark Dahabra, 10451 Canary R Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33647.
And how are you associated with the property owner?
I'm an officer of the MSD
Okay.
Property Holdings.
Thank you.
Okay, officer.
Good morning, Charles Harwell, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case originated January 31st of 2020. As you can see, it was a dilapidated mobile home, vacant. The property is not in foreclosure. Zoning is RSC 9. So it was cited for nuisance condition based on the conditions of the structure, as well as accumulations. The property owners have been working on this supposedly for some time. You notice there's tieback on the outside of the building now, but that was put in around September. And it appears construction starts a little bit and then it stops. It's not consistent. And I was there on the 27th and there was a worker there performing some task interior. So that's the status of the case.
Okay, we have somebody to speak. Do we have somebody who will testify?
Yes, would that be me,
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. We started the work back last year around February, March of 2020. And we have some hurdles because TICO had removed the service due to electric theft by some neighboring properties. And we also put the work on hold due to the COVID-19 last year. And we also had other properties where we had some a property with a fire issue that also had a code enforcement case due to fire. That was an arson. So we recently resumed the work and have done probably 75% of the work that we need to complete the project. And I would like to request 90 days to complete the project. And this case is not really about intentionally not complying. It's more about hurdles that we faced, and we now are at a better position to be able to resume and continue. We resumed already, but to continue and complete this project.
Okay, officer, are there any safety issues?
Sorry?
Talking to the officer,
Yes.
are there safety issues?
You need to turn on the mic.
Shit. You good? Right here. Can you state that again? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes, are there safety issues?
Again. Oh, no, sir, not at all.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Clayton, would you like to make a motion?
Certainly. I move in case CE 200001461 that based on the evidence presented, I find that the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator, and the violator's history, I grant 90 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $250 a day be assessed.
I second that.
Second by Ms. Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Sir, you have 90 days.
Thank you, sir.
Next case, please.
Next case is on page 4, number 7, case number 2000-2190. The owner is ASCA LLC, location 5410 Trail Drive. We have service and we have someone here for this case. Good morning. Can you turn the microphone on and pull it down close? Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And state your name and address.
Suresh Patel. Address is 11305 US Highway 92, Sapna, Florida, 33584.
Thank you. Are you the owner of ASCA LLC?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, officer.
Okay, good morning, Charles Harwell, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case originated in February 13th of 2020. It is tenant occupied. Home is not in foreclosure, RSC 9 zoning. The violations are accumulations. There's been accumulations out by the road and in the back of the property. In front of the photographs, you can see that's a current photo as of the 27th. Then we have in-op vehicles. There's been several tenants that the first picture, those vehicles were taken on February, but there's been several tenants since February and inoperable vehicles come and go. When I was there on the 27th, there was none there. We're using February's pictures for the interior inspections into the rear of the property because I can't legally go back there or in the home without written permission. So as you can see, so we cited smoke detectors. They need some near the bedroom, handrails for the back porch, guards, or for the stairs actually. Guards for the back porch are loose. The interior light fixtures, the rear light fixture is pulling away from the wall. General mechanical, electrical requirements. It's the back spare bedroom. The outlet is not flush with the wall and they're not properly installed. We have electrical wiring for a violation. The ceiling fan in the spare bedroom is improperly wired with exposed wiring from the wall outlet to the fixture. We have plumbing leaks. So we request to repair all plumbing leaks and pipes in the kitchen, which is, you'll see is damage to the cabinets. Roofs and parts thereof, the exterior of the property. And those pictures I took that on the 27th. That same hanging metal was there on the 20th. Well, there you go. So based on what I see on the exterior from the road, if they're not repairing the front, I'm assuming everything else is in violation. Then we have decorative features. The skirting around the back of the home is missing and disrepair, so request that they either remove it all or install new skirting. Then we have sinks and basement cabinets. You've seen they're damaged due to the leaks. The interior walls and floors. You had defective and damaged floors. In the bathroom, there is no protective treatment over the near the toilet. As you can see, it's just bare wood. And then there is a wall separating from the floor. You can see daylight. You can see that too. There's no smooth transition. There's the daylight you can see. And then the heating equipment installation. Right there's where the heater goes and it's gone. And you can see they're using a space heater to heat the interior of the home with the next photograph. So those are all the violations.
Okay. Arnold, what would you like to tell us?
Yeah, hi. I have a lot of pictures to bring it here because I rent the place to the Dominic and we call so many times I want to fix that place. And I got all the evidence, like how many times I called the sheriff department to kick them out. And also top on that, they was stealing the electricity from the pole. So I'm trying to fix from my side, but because of the tenant was there and they wouldn't move out. And we have had time to move out, and finally they move out on July sometime they move out. And then I got another lady who was trying to fix it, but same thing. I give her the money and all the material to fix it, but she ran away with that one too. Hello? Yeah, I got all the invoice and everything with me, which is I bought all the stuff to fix it. But same thing, then they didn't do that much work. They're supposed to be do it. So I need some time so I can finish it.
How much time? It's been going on a year.
60 days.
60 days?
60.
60, I got that. And there is a tenant in there right now?
No, there is no tenant now.
It is empty.
Yeah, it's empty. Yeah.
Okay. Is there power to it?
Sir,
Do you
may I
have
say something?
electricity to it?
Can you repeat again? Can hear it.
Sir,
Okay.
may I speak?
Sure.
I was there within a week before. I have to look at my notes. There was 3 commercial vehicles, 1-ton trucks on the property. And there was some Hispanic males inside the home. And they said they've been living there for almost 2 months. And they were the new tenants. But when I went back on the 27th, obviously there's no vehicles in the parking lot.
I don't think so, but I'll make sure I'll check it out today. Because the vehicle is next door. The guy who lives next door, he parked there. But the people living there, I have no idea. I can check it out.
Okay, sir, you're going to have to make sure that you do not have any tenants in there. But
As far as I know, no.
okay, if there are, get rid of them.
I'd I'd like to make a motion, Chairman.
Do what now?
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chairman. To Mr.
Well,
Urbaniak.
first, we're gonna have to see if there's any discussion.
Okay.
Any discussion?
But I want to hear the motion, and I'll go.
Okay, you want to hear his motion? Go ahead with your motion.
Okay, great. I move in case CE 2000219 that based on the evidence provided, find that the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes and ordinances listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the action taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 45 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $400 a day be assessed.
I'll second that motion for purpose of discussion. Mr. Urbaniak, would you also consider adding to that motion that the property remain vacant until the property has been improved?
Absolutely, I'm fine with that, Brian.
Second.
Second as amended.
I didn't get the fine.
400.
And it will remain unoccupied until it comes into compliance. It has been seconded.
If someone's speaking, we aren't hearing you.
Okay, we do have the motion of 45 days, $400. We have 4 or 5.
It's $400. Yeah.
Okay, $400. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Sir, do not let it be. Go ahead.
Yeah, the way you stated the motion is 45 days, $400, but it's based on a contingency that also that it's not to be occupied.
That is correct.
Okay, I didn't hear that.
Yes. Sir, this property cannot be occupied until you're in compliance. You understand? Sir?
Hello?
You understand you cannot let anybody live in there?
Okay, I understand.
Okay. Next case, please.
I'm done.
Turn to page, you're finished, yes. Turn to page 7, number 13, case number CE 19015593. The owner is Ricky L. Oberding and Deborah Oberding, location 2211 Ladywood Court. We have service, and someone is here for this case. Morning, raise your right hand, and if the lady will be testifying, okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Speak up a little bit.
Please turn on your mic, sir.
Microphone on. Why does that keep going off?
Oh,
Okay,
modern technology.
state your name and address, please.
Rick L. Oberding, 2211 Ladywood Court, Brandon, Florida, 33511.
And
That's my wife, Debbie.
can she? Is there any way to get a microphone down where she's at?
I'm Debbie Olberding, 2211 Ladywood Court, Brandon, Florida, 33511.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, officer.
Good morning, Eric Tyne with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Property in question is 2211 Ladywood Court in Brandon. The property is owned by Ricky L. Olberding and Deborah Olberding. Property was first inspected on October 3rd, 2019, based on a complaint that the property was covered in plantings that went out to the street. The inspection found that the right-of-way in front of the property was covered with thick plantings that had encroached 3 to 4 feet into the roadway. Logs had been stacked, multiple logs high in the right-of-way, right at the edge of the road, and the terrain had been built up behind them. Additionally, this being a corner lot, the site triangle at the intersection of Ladywood Court and Village Court was obstructed. I did speak with Mr. Olberding around that time. He told me that someone at the county had told him years ago that he could add logs and other materials to the right-of-way. He wasn't able to tell me who he spoke with or what department they were from. Subsequent inspections, including the last one on April 1st of 2021, found that the plantings that had encroached out into the roadway had been cut back. However, the logs, added material remained, and the site triangle at the intersection was still being obstructed.
Okay, which one of the owners wishes to speak first?
I'll speak.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like he said, I did call down when we bought the house 7 years ago. About 6 years ago, I was planning to terrace my yard. I didn't know how I was going to do it. I called down to the county, talked to the lady, and she directed me to the person I needed to talk to. And I asked him, what's the rule about terracing out in the right of way? And the word I got was that, yeah, you can do that. This is with the understanding that if the county ever had to go out there and do some construction work, they're going to tear up whatever you put out there. So that was my understanding. So I went and did that. And there were plants that did get out into the yard, into the street, I mean, and there's some violations when they first inspected. I took care of all those. The only one I didn't do was the terracing because I had an objection to it. I wanted to contest it. And I don't believe this was the inspector I actually talked to. I think there was another inspector that was out there. And he told me that if I wanted to contest it, just let it go. And it will eventually have a court hearing. And then I could go down there and explain it to the court. So my objection is not just that the county told me I could do this or said it was okay. I got a picture. Where did I put this? I got neighbors just down the street, just a couple blocks away.
Okay, so we're not concerned with your neighbors, the neighborhood, or the rest. We're dealing with your place only.
All right.
Okay.
So I'm just going what the inspector said. He said, well, I can just leave it and there'll be more inspections and eventually I get to a point where I'm going to have a hearing. That was my understanding based on what the inspector had told me. So I didn't remove it for that reason because I wanted to come and contest it. Because I didn't think, I mean, I can remove it if that's what the county decides, but I wanted to contest it.
Okay. But you don't have names, or you don't have anything from the county that says.
I don't have anything in writing.
Okay.
It's all verbal.
All right. Do we have discussion?
I'd like to make a comment. My husband watches a lot of YouTube, and he wanted to keep natural with what we were putting down with our terracing. Because when we moved into that house, their yard was just nothing but weeds and horrible, and you couldn't even dig into it. It was so hard. And he has worked in that yard, and we have plantings, and we grow. I put up 36 quarts of tomatoes from our yard, and I've put up 26 quarts or pints of taco sauce, stuff that he has grown in our yard, and we have a living edible garden in our yard.
Okay, ma'am, that's not relevant unless he has planted things on the right of way. We're only talking about the right of way. What you did with landscaping and vegetable gardens on your property, not the county's property, that's fine. We're talking about the structure on the right of way. Do you have anything else to say?
Yeah, I'm not, am I on?
Yeah.
I'm not legal on this, but my understanding was that the state of Florida itself passed a law about gardening and said that it was in any county or city, the county or city cannot prevent the a homeowner from having a garden in his front yard, including
But yes, sir, I
raised beds.
understand. I understand what you're saying. On your property is the key word. This structure is on county property. You do not own that property.
Okay,
Okay? That would not be applicable to say, just go ahead on the right of way and put whatever you want. You don't own it. From your property line back, you own. Okay?
okay.
Anything else?
Well, I don't know why, I mean, there's other properties, like I said, you're not concerned about other properties, but I don't understand why is this happening?
No, I didn't say I was not concerned about them. I said, that's not why we're here.
Right,
If you wish to report those others, you can report the others to code enforcement. They will either correct the items or they will end up here.
okay.
Okay? All right.
Mr. Bordenaro, before you make a
Yes.
motion, what we're concerned with, so that there's an understanding, is the wood in the front, the timbers, and the obstructed view. Low-lying plants we're not concerned with, but those two conditions are of concern.
The obstruction of views,
Okay,
Obstruct-
Mr. Lorenzen.
The obstruction of the view.
of what view?
It's the site triangle at the intersection.
But that wasn't on the list of complaints or on the list of violations that I received, that I remember anyway.
That's part of the occupancy of the right of way. It's obstructing the view of the intersection. That's all included
Okay,
under that.
already. Yeah, my neighbor approached me on that, and I did get rid of a lot of those, cut back the tree, and I put some of those plants I took out, and I put some lower growing plants in there. Some of them are getting a little too tall again. I need to get them out of there, but, okay.
Okay, sir, if you're told you have to get rid of that, how long is it going to take you?
If the ruling is I got to remove it, yeah, it shouldn't take too long to get it out of there, no. I mean, I
30
would
days?
say less than a month, maybe.
Okay,
I'm working full-time job, so that takes a little bit of work. It took a lot of work to put that in.
okay,
So it's going to take a little bit of work to remove it.
all right. Ms. Wright, would you like to make a motion?
I move in case number CE 190-15593, that based on the evidence presented, I find that the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in the staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator, and the violator's history, I grant 30 days to come into compliance, and if the compliance is not achieved by that day, a fine of $200 per day be assessed.
I can't hear.
Second.
I didn't hear that.
You want to repeat your motion? He said he couldn't hear it.
Okay, I'll repeat it. I move in case number CE 190-15593, that based on the evidence presented, I find that the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator, and the violator's history, that I grant 30 days to come into compliance, and if compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $200 per day be assessed.
Second.
All right, we have a second by Ms. Clayton. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Sir, you have 30 days to remove it.
Okay.
Thank you. Next case.
Turn to page 8, number 15, case number CE 1901-9555. The owners are Richard R. Kinkoff Jr., Richard R. Kinkoff III, and Jonathan J. Kinkoff. Location 128 Hickory Creek Drive. We have service. And we have somebody already there. Raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
And state your name and address.
Richard R. Kinkoff, 5318 Laurel Point Drive, Elrico, Florida, 33596.
Thank you.
Okay, officer.
Eric Tyne, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Property in question is 128 Hickory Creek Drive in Brandon. Property is owned by Richard R. Kinkoff Jr., Richard R. Kinkoff III, and Jonathan J. Kinkoff. Property is zoned ASC1. It was first inspected on December 11th, 2019, based on a complaint from a neighbor. At the time of the initial inspection, the property appeared vacant. Violations observed and cited at that time were outside open storage of a large trash compactor and dumpsters of a type you typically see at a commercial or industrial business. The outside open storage is a conditional use of the ASC1 zoning, but it does require a review to ensure compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood, and there's no indication that that's been done. Additionally, there were accumulations of junk trash and debris in the driveway around one of the dumpsters. The lawn was greater than 10 inches in height. There's damaged and deteriorating wooden privacy fencing, peeling and flaking paint on the exterior of the dwelling, especially on the frame of the large window on the front of the home and above the garage door, and rotted wood siding on the exterior wall above the garage door. Notice of violation was issued on December 17th, and on December 17th, 2019, I received a call from a Richard Kinkoff. I'm not sure which. There's two Richard Kinkoffs that own the property, so I'm not sure which one I spoke with. Mr. Kinkoff was openly hostile from the start of that conversation, swore at me multiple times, told me he would have me trespassed from the property, and threatened me with assault if I ever set foot on the property again. He did confirm that the violations were present, but told me that he had plans to renovate the property and live at it at some future time. Therefore, I should not cite the property, although he couldn't tell me when that would happen, and there were no permits or applications on file that I could find. Mr. Kinkoff also told me that he owns a waste management company, which could explain the dumpsters and compactor being stored on the property. On January 8 of 2020, Mr. Kinkoff contacted Supervisor Moselle Porter and reported that the property had been brought into compliance. I re-inspected the property on January 13th, 2020, found that the only violation that had been corrected was the overgrowth. All other conditions remained. Subsequent inspections on March 26th of 2020, June 24th of 2020, and October 5th of 2020 found that the property remained in violation. My final inspection on April 1st of 2021 found that the dumpsters and compactor had been removed and that the lawn is being maintained. Some repair work on the fencing had been done, but there was still some damaged fencing visible and fence debris was left on the ground. There have been no change in the condition of the protective treatment or the exterior wall. Just this past Wednesday, April 28th, 2021, I was contacted by General Manager Terry Converse. Told me that he was contacted by Mr. Kinkoff, who is now threatening to sue the county. Throughout this process, I've been in contact with a representative of the HOA who's expressed several times to me concerns about the detrimental effect on this property on the surrounding neighborhood. And I'm just going to note for the record that based on Mr. Kinkoff's threat of what would happen if I were to set foot on the property again, all subsequent inspections were made from the public street and all photographs were taken from the public street, including the ones you see today. And that's all I have.
Okay, for the respondent, because there's many Kinkoffs here, which one wishes to speak?
I'm not understanding what you're saying.
Who wants to speak? Do you want to tell us your part of it?
You want to speak?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
Very simply, this home was willed to my two sons. The house is not abandoned. I do own waste hauling companies. The overgrowth was due to the fact that one son is a staff assistant for a United States senator, and he is in DC part of the month. home part of the month. My other son, who was a minor at the time, that's why my name's on this, is a pilot, and he has weekly flight schedules. As far as the overgrowth, we had hired a firm to do all lawn cutting, and I was never notified by any of my neighbors nor my HOA that there was an issue. When I found out there was an issue, I drove over there. I fired him, hired a new company, and that has been taken care of. As far as as far as outside open storage, open tops are regularly used for refurbishing. I have video of open tops being brought down our street to my residents' neighborhood and left there for weeks. I tried to look up this open storage rule and I could not find it. As for an open top being considered open storage, well, you know, where do you throw your trash in when you're going to attempt to do a remodel? Now, several events took place during this. My wife had a TMJ surgery that failed, and in 2019 had a complete total joint replacement of her upper and lower with titanium and a fake jaw. By the time this was done and COVID hit, and we weren't able to finish treatment. My wife and I both have pre-existing conditions. Our doctor had told us that we were not to have left our house, which we did not. We did all our every 3 months, if not in between, by telehealth. As far as the exterior walls, he maintains the large windows. Those are 4x6 cedar that run from the cement floor of the concrete pad of the house to the roof of the house, from the outside to the inside, that has cracked. This is not paint. These were stained. This house was built in 1974. You cannot simply tear out a 4x6 piece and of those windows and find the lumber. The reason the open tops were brought there was we had hired a company that they were going to do a complete redesign of the house as to what was wood was going to be rock, what was rock was going to be fresh wood. He contains that there is exterior wall damage. That is incorrect. When this house was built in 1974, this is a block house. This then had 3 inches of some sort of concrete product applied, in which they used a model to make it look like brick, and each individual piece that looked like brick was hand painted. And at that time in 1984, that was $107,000. To today's money, that would have been almost $380,000. I did not know that the tractor that was brought over from one of my companies to do a new driveway and do a roundabout could not be left in the open. We removed, took it out of sight. As far as the fence damage, there was no fence damage until we had a storm and a tree fell on it. And if you look to the very left of the pictures, you'll see the stump of the tree where it has cracked. Prior to bringing any of this over, I contacted the president of the Homeowners Association. I contacted my neighbors to my right, to my left. I have no direct neighbors that can see the front of my house in front of me. This neighbor that has complained it is a friend of my sister who was along with my older sister and myself, contested the will and was left out of it. And she's been going around neighbors, asking people information.
Okay, sir, we don't need neighbors. We don't need anybody that's not going to testify. Okay?
Okay. So
You're the one that's
basically,
telling me, you're the one that's telling us
all over.
I'm not through talking, sir. You're the one telling us what's going on. My question to you, are you in compliance as of this day?
I'm sorry?
Are you in compliance on this piece of property as of today?
I literally had all overgrowth, even bushes that did not need to be removed and trees that did not need to be removed for looks, completely torn down. All bushes in front of the house have been removed because they were going to be removed everywhere. The fencing has been replaced on the left side and the right side, except for maybe a 4-foot period, a 4-foot section. And they're supposed to finish that in the next 2 days. The exterior walls is nothing more than that fake brick you see has finally fallen off. And that's going to be removed and wood's going to replace that anyhow. As far as accumulations, there are no accumulations.
Okay, sir, how long is it going to take you to finish up and come into compliance?
Well, that's not a paint job. It's stained cypress.
Sir, that's not the question I asked you. Question I asked you was, how long do you think it's going to take you to come into compliance?
Well, what is lacking in compliance that they're stating today, other than maybe a 6-foot section total of fence? There, I literally have pictures that were taken from yesterday that were taken from the lawn guy. That is the first one.
Okay,
That is the second one.
since you didn't answer my question, we're going to move on. Anybody on the board have any questions for this gentleman?
No, as far as Mr. Tynes' comments.
Sir, I'm in the middle of asking the board some questions.
Okay, well, he brought it up, so I was just addressing it.
Anybody from the board?
I spoke to Mr. John Paul last night.
You're not listening to me.
Well, I can barely hear
negotiating
you.
on the board. All right, Ms. Wright, are you ready to make your motion?
I'm moving case number CE 190195555. That based on the evidence presented, I find that the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, that I grant 30 days to come into compliance, and if compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $500 per day be assessed.
Just comments, I'll second with a comment. Based on what he's going and saying he's in compliance and whatnot, I would just shorten it, make it 15 days and $500. And
There are extenuating circumstances.
We are having a discussion.
May I speak?
No, you may not.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Second.
All right, we have a second by Ms. Clayton. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, sir, you have 15 days to come into compliance or you'll be fined $500 a day. Are you going to allow the inspector to come and check your property, or does he need to bring a deputy sheriff with him? Sir?
Yes.
Yeah, are you going to let the inspector after the 15 days inspect the property? Or does he need to bring a deputy sheriff with him?
That's fine.
Which is fine. That was two questions, sir.
Well, you know, this is the first time since I've been here since 1980. And I don't know this procedure. At what point do I have a right to speak?
You
Sure you
did.
did.
You had your right to speak. You spoke. If you do not
Well,
like our decision,
yes, but
sir,
I was
I'm
not.
talking.
I was
I'm
not
answering your question. You had
not
the right
allowed
to
to
speak.
express-
We gave you your right to speak. This case is now over.
Thank you.
Next case, please.
Mr. Bordenero, can you repeat what the order was on that one? Was it 15 days or 30?
It was 15 days, $500 a day,
Thank you very much.
and we're going to take a 10-minute recess.
Thank you.
Chris, we are ready.
I call the meeting to order. Next case.
Page 9, number 16, case number CE 2100-1756. The owner is Johnny E. Bullard. Location 701 Kingswood Place. We have service. And I believe we have someone virtual for this.
Yes, I'm here.
I believe this is Johnny Bullard. Johnny, can you unmute yourself and turn on your camera, please? Johnny, if you could please unmute yourself and turn on your camera. You might have to tap the screen. It should be on the bottom. I don't believe he's responding yet. Johnny Bullard, if you can hear us, we're going to unmute you right now.
No.
Johnny Bullard, I'm not sure if you could hear us. We're trying to unmute you, but it doesn't seem like your system's responding. If you could either unmute yourself or back out of the meeting and rejoin. He isn't responding.
Mr. Bordenero, do you want to skip to the next one that has a person, or do you want to go ahead and hear this one?
No, we'll skip to the next one until they can get the technical difficulties worked out.
Okay. The next case then is number 17, case number CE 2001-6489. The owner is ALCD Investment Services, LLC, 7011 Conifer Drive. We have service. And someone is here for this case. Would the person who signed in for this case come up? I'm sorry, what? Yeah, that's. Raise your right hand, please. I'm sorry, please put your mask up over your nose. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And state your name and address.
Kimya Harris, 7011 Conifer Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33637.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Officer, go ahead.
Sir, please, right button there, right button. There you go.
I'm Officer Ippolito Padilla, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case came to me in November the 2nd, 2020. At the time, I inspected the property at 711 Conifer. It was occupied, not under foreclosure. I met with the tenant, which is to my right, Miss Harris. Inspected the property, found the property to be in violation of the following items, roof and parts thereof, ceiling, exterior walls. There was infestation of roaches and interior floors. Since that time, I have made numerous attempts to get a hold of the owner, which is based out of New Jersey. He has some local affiliations here, which I tried to track down in Temple Terrace. Could not reach him. Did make contact with the listed agent. He did notify the owner. The owner is aware of the violations, have not gotten back with me. So that's why we're here today. In those pictures, everything that you see now is still the way it is today. My last inspection was on the 27th of April.
Okay, and the respondent, what would you like to say?
No, I'm just here. I know I wanted to share this. I hear something in the roof. I don't know what it is. I can hear it at night when my house is settled. I can hear it in there running and slide across the top of my I can hear the nails. I don't know what's in there. When it rains, because it's no gutters, it floods the whole front yard. I have little children, 4 and 5. It's dangerous for them to even go outside and play. I have some other pictures that are not up here, but I guess these are more important. But we have some things that they left behind, debris and things like big trash cans that I guess when they was doing work on the house that they left back there. So I've really been conformed to the inside of the house just for basic living. I don't even stay. I mean, I try to.
Just a moment, ma'am. Officer, did you serve the hearing notice to someone? You said you hadn't been able to.
I tried to.
Okay, we can't hear this case because we don't have service on the owner. And I,
The owner was aware because I spoke to him verbally. Matter of fact, he called me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Hip.
Even though I spoke to the agent.
It doesn't count legally as service.
Okay.
And the owner could come back and say they weren't served and we wouldn't be able to prove that they were. So we're going to have to pull this case and we'll get it scheduled as soon as possible. And I am sorry for everybody's time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next case.
Okay, next case is on page 10, number 19, case number CE 2001-2329. The owner is the estate of Audrey L. Bergston, 404 Regal Park Drive. We have service and we have someone signed in virtually, I think, and someone here as well. Raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes,
And state your name and address.
Darby Harold, 1213 Lady Guinevere Drive, Henrico, Florida.
I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Darby Harold,
Who are you representing?
I'm one of the daughters.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And then my sister is virtual.
Do we have someone online for this?
Yes,
Yes.
we do. Okay, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Can we get her on screen? Good morning, ma'am. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
And state your name and address?
Elke Berkston, 319 Crayford Place, Valrico, Florida, 33594.
Thank you.
And what relationship is she?
Daughter to the deceased.
Okay,
Please share the PowerPoint.
go ahead.
Good morning. This is Jim Carr, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This is an odd case that I had taken over. The property in question is located at 404 Regal Park Drive in Valrico, Florida, and currently listed owned by the estate of Audrey L. Bernstein. The property is in foreclosure under case number 19-CA-3911. The last entry in the court records for this foreclosure case was on January 15th, 2021, when the plaintiff's attorneys, the name of the company actually changed. I did get in contact with the attorneys because there has not been a final judgment issued on this foreclosure case by the judge, and they claim that the foreclosure case is currently on hold due to the federal moratorium that's placed on foreclosures in response to COVID-19, which they are hoping that it might be lifted on June 30th this year. This property was first inspected under a August 17th, 2020 complaint that an anonymous caller reported that the house at Regal Park does not take care of the property. The house is completely trashed and there's homeless people coming in and out. During my first inspection, I met with an occupant, Mr. Jonathan Berry, living here at this property. And unfortunately, in accordance with our department's policy and the county attorney's office's legal opinion back in 2017, when an occupied foreclosure property we find is in violation, we will be citing the owner of the property and not the mortgagee who is trying to foreclose on the property. And so we're taking a deceased owner to hearing. The remaining violations on the property is accumulations of junk, trash, and debris. The water has been turned off since 2018. The water department came out on April 20th and actually physically removed the water meter to prevent any more water theft. There's been no electrical power on the property around September, and we have deteriorated walls, roof, and decorative features. During our inspections, we came in contact with several occupants. The main one that we constantly meet up with is Jonathan Berry. He first states that he's here to live at the property to fix it up. He has maintained the property in some aspects, not as professional or as complete as someone would believe, but he always had kept the front yard mowed. He even repaired the garage door. I've seen him pressure washing the house before the water meter got removed. And he even recently mowed the backyard or cut the overgrowth in the backyard. He has been renting rooms out for $100 a week to people. So in my research, I did come in contact with the deceased owner's daughters and explained to them the situation here that I have someone here that claims that one, he is a grandson of the deceased owner.
He is not.
It's okay, ma'am. You have a chance. Which I had researched and found out that, he is not related to him. He actually lived down the road at his grandfather's house before it was foreclosed on back in 2018. So he's aware of the property. He might know of the late Miss Bernstein, who she was. There's a possibility of that, but I think he's taking advantage of the situation. There is no current probate case recorded on the estate, and however, there was a power of attorney back when Miss Bernstein was with us that allowed the daughters to take care of her business and take care of her. My final inspection was basically on the 16th of April, where I responded with several deputies to the property for a domestic dispute. The photos in the PowerPoint were taken on the 1st of April, the 6th of April, and the 16th of April. Unfortunately, I was instructed by management not to cite Jonathan Berry under a civil citation, nor a notice of violation on him due to a pending felony court hearing that's going to take place on May 21st.
Okay, of the two of you that are here to testify, who wishes to testify first?
Is it my turn?
If one of you.
Okay. This is my mom. My mom is deceased. She's been deceased since 2019. And we're in the process of giving the house back to the mortgage company. We were told that, hold on, I have it written down. I got it. We were told that you guys can't give any violations to the actual mortgage company. That's why it came to us, but we're not responsible for the house. And the gentleman that you're talking about, we don't even know him. We have ourselves had, officers go out because we saw before somebody was in the house. But every time we've gone by, there hasn't been anyone there.
Okay, what makes you think you're not responsible for keeping up the house?
Per the mortgage company, we have been told that because the house is in the foreclosure proceedings, the family is not responsible for the property. That has been specifically told to us by the mortgage company. They have sent, Darby, I don't know what the form is that you said, a form that needs to be completed, a deed in lieu of, and we will no longer have any responsibility to that property.
Okay, Mr. Pisano, under the county ordinance, is that true?
Just repeat the last part.
What she's stating is the bank told her that she's no longer responsible. But yet,
the mortgage
it
company
is not
told
in the
us that we
bank's,
are not
I'm talking, ma'am. It is not in the bank's name.
Well, let me speak on behalf of this case, please. Specifically, we have a squatter in the house that's refusing to leave. We had a federal mandate that does not allow anyone to go in and remove this individual. That's a major flaw in the decision. It hasn't been corrected over the months that it's been continued. Our ruling by our county attorney is if the building is occupied, that it is the occupant, thus the owner of the property, who is responsible. But this is that unusual situation that it's occupied by a squatter. So the question is, does the board make an immediate ruling to hold the property owner's family responsible for a squatter, or do we continue this case until after the moratorium is lifted and
she doesn't
to
own the
remove this
property.
individual? Ma'am, please be quiet.
If I could iterate, Jim Carr here. The property is still in the name of it, the estate of Audrey L. Bernstein. There has been no final judgment issued on the foreclosure case. There has been no certificate of title transferring the ownership away. The only violator here is unfortunately the deceased owner. I included the daughters of the deceased owner as carbon copies on this case because it kind of does affect them in a way.
hoping that somebody might step forward and say, hey, look, let's get a trespass warrant issued. I understand that the power of attorney that was done back in 2018 does not necessarily remain in effect after someone is deceased. If someone had a probate case started on this, the responsible party can then go to the sheriff's office and issue a trespass warrant and actually get the persons removed. And after a period of 30 days of the property being vacant, I can cite the bank for the problems on the property. The unfortunate thing is we're receiving complaints on this property. Some of them were formal, some of them were informal, from stealing electricity, stealing water, lighting fires, having fights with the neighbors, stuff like that. We go there. I go there one time. I got extension cords running from a neighbor's house. I go to the neighbor's house. What's going on here? He goes and removes the extension cords. It's just one of those. Unfortunately, it's an odd case. And the system is set up where when it's an occupied foreclosure, we have to actually go after the listed owner. In this case, it is the estate of Audrey L. Bernstein.
When we've gone out with the sheriff, unfortunately, when we do go out, there's no one, it's not occupied. So to even be able to give a trespassing warrant, there's no one there when we have gone out.
You can actually have a trespass warrant written up and posted with nobody there.
Okay. Well, then I guess that's what we need to do. I mean, the house is on a reverse mortgage, so technically she's not really the true owner of the house because I'm not sure how those work, but I'm just going off of what the mortgage company is telling us. We're getting two different stories. So unfortunately, now we're here.
Okay, like he said, there is a form that can be filled out and it can be put on the doors or the windows, telling people that they cannot trespass.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
I would suggest you do that. Now, back to Mr. Carr here. We're citing an estate that's not in probate.
Because there is no estate. She had nothing.
Wait a minute. Is it in probate or is it not?
I have not found a probate case under her name.
Okay, ma'am, is this case in probate?
No, she has no estate.
Why have you not taken it to probate court?
Because there's no reason to.
Mr. Bordino,
go ahead.
The question I have, first of all, whether it is or it isn't, it doesn't matter. Right now, they've got squatters in there. They have no electricity. They have no water. That's a health and safety issue, and I would just go ahead and make a motion and let them deal with whatever it has to deal with.
Excuse me, can I add something? This is Sheree with the County Attorney's Office.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
As far as the interpretation from the County Attorney's Office, when you say owner, I'm assuming they mean legally, like a legal owner, like the owner or maybe someone who's leasing the property. It appears this person is not a legal occupant of the house. So maybe that may be some distinguishing factor that the board can use in issuing a ruling. So Mr. I guess the code officer that spoke about the opinion from the county attorney's office, were they speaking of a legal occupation of the premises, like the owner, a tenant, or some situation like that? Or do they?
I actually have the email in front of me from 2017 that was
that
quoted citing occupied properties in foreclosure.
Okay, but was that a situation where the occupation was a legal occupation? Maybe there was a rentor or the owner was, because I always say this case may be a little bit different than maybe that situation, or because this person is not legally occupying these premises.
I'm sorry to interject. If you're going back to 2017, my mom was still alive then.
And living in the home.
I'm sorry?
She was still living in the home in 2017.
Yeah, she was.
Okay.
She was still in the home, and that beginning foreclosure paperwork.
Okay, so the
that-
opinion that was rendered in 2017 was applicable to your mother who was living
No,
in the house.
this didn't start until 2020.
Yeah, this situation is separate from that. That would, had to do something with
That
the
decision-
reverse mortgage.
That decision was to be determined on any foreclosure case that we have a code case on. I have on the Elmo, the actual email that was from my manager, and I had highlighted.
Sir, you need to speak in the mic.
And I had highlighted on the email from the direction of the county attorney's office that would like for us to follow from now on, and this is from 2017. Before this date, we were taking banks or mortgagees to hearing based on whether or not it was occupied or not. Ma'am, that's being viewed right now. Please don't
sorry.
turn the page. So the county attorney told us if the property is occupied, doesn't say legal or unlegal, and it's in foreclosure, we are no longer to cite the foreclosure bank for failure to maintain, only the property owner. And this is not the only case I had on this. I've been here before, a couple of years ago, on the property on Falkirk, similar situation, deceased owner, the family doesn't want the person in there, the person won't leave. The outcome of that was actually a continuation, but he had electrical and power at the property.
Was that person
In
a
this case, we
squatter or
don't.
Okay, was the other person a squatter as well, or just a family member?
I'm
or
sorry,
somebody
this
else?
other place that he's talking about has nothing to do with us.
I'm just trying to understand the opinion. So was that previous case that you're speaking about, was that a squatter or was that a family member or somebody
That was a
else?
squatter. That was actually a squatter that I understand had actually befriended the owner when she was alive, that actually had got allowed to be moved in. And
Okay,
when
so
the
she had
family,
consent.
when she died, the family says, well, you need to leave, and he wouldn't leave. And then once again, they didn't want to go through probate, and the only thing they had to do was basically is get someone to remove the person from the house. They ended up going through probate and everything. The unfortunate thing is that case ended in somebody dying. Someone's life was taken, and the person who was the occupant died in the kitchen.
Okay, so
And
that
I-
person had the consent of the homeowner to initially.
Right. In this case, I couldn't prove consent or non-consent. All I know is the man's story changes until I was able to find out the truth that, yeah, you lived in this neighborhood down the road and you probably know this person at one time, whether it was friendly or not, I couldn't tell you.
No,
You
this
know.
isn't somebody we know. My mom didn't
Okay.
interact with neighbors.
Okay, so maybe the distinction could be in the other case that there was consent. In this case, you can't show consent.
No.
So maybe this case may be distinguishable from that opinion.
We were also told through neighbors that this person was squatting in the house down the road and just moved to my mom's house after everything happened.
Okay, Ms. Murphy.
Yes.
All right. Advice to this board.
Well, I think
If
I'm
we cite,
understanding-
if we cite the estate, we're going to get nowhere. If we have them turn on the electricity and the water, then the squatter now has electricity and water. We're in a catch-22 here.
Right. And I
Okay.
guess the point I was trying to make is maybe in the previous case, because the squatter had the permission, maybe being a legal occupant, and it sounds like in this case, they don't even know who this person is, like some stranger who just moved into the house, that maybe that can be flushed out with the county attorney's office. Maybe the board can make a ruling, like you said, maybe holding the bank. And we can flush that out with the county attorney's office if there's a distinction between a legal occupant and a, that someone that's just squatting and really doesn't have a legal reason to be there.
Okay. This is just my opinion.
If we gave them 30 days to get it into probate, at least started, and the county would have 30 days to let us know, yes, he is a squatter, no, he isn't, this is a procedure, would that work out?
Financially, are you going to pay for the probate?
I'm talking to the attorney.
I don't know if we can force them into probate. I think 30 days would give us a chance to at least flush out the opinion with our
Okay.
office as to whether or not this is applicable to legal occupants, not
Okay.
just anybody that squats in the house.
All right. Board members, do you have any questions for the attorney?
I still, Ms. Murphy,
Yes.
It's Berkston.
I have a question, and it only because of the mere fact that there's no water and no electricity, there's squatters in there, that's a safety and health issue, and we're just continuing this on. Don't we have a legal responsibility to stop what's going on there?
I would think if it's a true health and safety issue, I would think so. Maybe do a real short window. I would assume that if the order is, if it's not enforceable, that we'll come back and make whatever corrections we need to make. But yeah, I think that is important to take into consideration.
Excuse me, I think that's more important.
I'm sorry, I'm a little confused as to what's going on right now.
Talking. Go ahead, Mr. Priscilla.
I think it's more the importance is the safety and health with you there, and whether it goes to probate, whether it goes to foreclosure, it doesn't matter. We got a situation that is out of control, and we need to stop it.
And that's why I said maybe the board can do a short order, and if something needs to be corrected, then we can circle back on that. But I do think that, like you said, that is if it's a true safety issue, I think the board would have a duty to act.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. Mr. Priscilla, would you like to make a motion?
I'd love to entertain a motion on this one, and I move in the case of, which one are we on? CE 2001-2329, and based on the evidence presented, I find the property in violation of Hillsborough County Code and ordinance as listed in staff presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the action taken by the violator, I grant 3 days to come in compliance. Compliance not achieved by the time I find $250 when they be assessed.
Second, for the purpose of discussion.
Go ahead.
So 3 days for them to come in compliance with all of this and board finding the estate, the deceased $250?
I can't hear anything anyone's saying.
She wants to know, in your motion, are we finding the estate or are we finding the deceased person?
The owner is the estate, so it
would be the estate.
So my concern is, in doing this, how does this help or do anything for the situation? Because they're not going to come into compliance within 3 days, and then we're just going to be fining them $250. So wouldn't it make more sense to just do continuance? Because either way, like, the only thing we're doing is charging the deceased at this point. That's my concern.
I'm sorry, if there's anything from a legal point we have to do, I work at the hospital and I work the next 3 days. There's nothing I'll be able to even do to contact anyone within a 3-day time frame to get any answers, even to help.
How about 30 or 45 days?
45 days would be great for us.
I can't hear a thing what's going on, so.
45 days would be good. That way, at least we can find what we need to do. Because like I said, we don't.
All right, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll change my motion to 30 days at $500.
We have a motion of 30 days, $500 a day. Do we have a second?
What do I need to
Second.
accomplish
Ma'am,
within
ma'am,
30
ma'am.
days?
We're in the middle of a discussion.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize.
Go ahead. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Clayton. Discussion?
I just stand by the $500 charging it to the state. It's not making sense to me.
Okay.
You know what? And then too, I think in those 30 days, if we can just, we'll circle back because I would still like to know if the
We're still not,
the opinion.
ma'am, we're in the middle of a motion here.
Yeah. I would also want to circle back and see if the bank could be brought into this, maybe because the definition of owner is not applicable to this case. But that's something I'll circle back on, and then maybe we can bring it back or something later if needed.
Okay, so your opinion, Ms. Murphy, is that we continue this for 30 days so everybody can get their ducks in a row?
My opinion is I like to have them flush out that opinion as to whether or not this situation where you have a person who's unlawfully occupying the house, if that would fall under their interpretation. That would be what I would like to flush out further. I understand owner. I get that.
Okay.
The other option too, this is Mr. Urbaniak. The other option too that would clarify this greatly is if the estate just signed, I'm not providing legal advice here, but if the estate signed a deed in lieu of foreclosure.
That's what we're doing.
Well, that certainly can happen like next week if that's something you guys agreed to.
No, we're actually waiting on the paperwork from the mortgage company
Okay.
That's in the works right now.
As soon as you guys sign that, the bank owns it, and then we deal with the bank.
Okay. Yes, they're actually sending that to my sister right now for
If you want to
her to
leave your
take care
motion,
of.
you're leaving your motion? You want to leave your motion? Okay, where we're at is motion that's on the table right now is 30 days, $500 a day. And that was seconded by Ms. Clayton. Let's have a roll call as the vote.
Bordenaro,
No.
Boland,
Yes.
Clayton,
Yes.
Lorenzen,
No.
Urbaniak,
No.
Brazilla,
Yes.
Wright.
No.
Motion failed 3-4. Bordenaro, Lorenzen, Urbaniak, and Wright voted no.
Thank you. Okay, we need another motion. Mr. Lorenzen.
I move in case CE 20012-329 that we continue for 30 days to move to the next meeting of May 28th, 2021.
Second by Wright.
And I
We
would
have a
add
motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Mr. Vasilla opposes.
Okay, and then
Motion
I would
carried.
add the condition, I'm sorry, to add the condition that we circle back with the county attorneys to clarify their previous opinion and that I guess the two ladies that were here, that they sign those papers as soon as possible within that 30-day window.
So I'm happy to amend my motion to include Ms. Murphy's comments as stated.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Motion carries. We're going to continue for what?
30 days.
30 days. All right, next case.
Turn to page 12, number 22, case number CE 2100-1653. The owner is Robert A. Heinlein and Cynthia D. Heinlein. Location 7214 North Dale Mabry Highway. We have service and we have someone signed in here. Okay, the people who are going to testify over here, I need to give the oath of witness. I don't think I need to give it to the officer there. Will you be testifying, sir?
No.
Okay. Ma'am, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And state your name, and you need to turn the microphone on.
Is on now? Okay.
Okay, state your name and address.
Katina McClinton, 5508 North 50th Street, Tampa, Florida, Suite 20, 33610.
Okay, and you are,
I'm representative of the owner.
okay. Anyone else going to testify that needs to take the oath?
I believe we have someone virtually for this as well.
And could the speaker please repeat her name? We didn't catch that over here.
This is agenda number 22.
Yes.
I believe we have Josephina Vilches signed up. Josephina, can you hear us?
Okay, I'm on now.
Are you
Hi,
you're
my
signed
name-
up for this item, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And state your name and address.
My name is Josephina Vilches, 3804 West Hamilton Avenue, Tampa, Florida, 33614.
And how are you related to this case?
Josephina, I believe you were asked how you were related to the case.
Is this in regards to the hookah lounge?
Josephina, how are you related to the case?
I'm having difficulty hearing. I hear a lot of echo.
Okay, that should help. Josephina, how are you related to the case?
I live on 3804 West Hamilton Avenue.
And how are you related to the case?
Is this in regards to the hookah lounge?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I live a couple of down the street, and my husband works early hours where he has to be at work by 5 o'clock. And I have a 93-year-old that lives with us, and my son who's on autistic.
Ma'am, stop. Are you here on behalf of the hookah lounge, or are you here in opposition of the hookah lounge?
In opposition.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll start with the officer.
Good morning. My name is John Carrion, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement, and may it please the board. The property in question is located at 7214 North Dale Mabry Highway, Tampa, Florida, 33614. Property is owned by Robert Heinlein and Cynthia Heinlein. The property is not in foreclosure and is tenant occupied. This property remains in violation for site development review plan required. The property is currently zoned as commercial general. The previous use for the property was consistent with its current zoning designation because the property was formerly operated as a retail furniture store and has recently been converted into what appears to be an entertainment venue, as several evening and late hour events, which included artists, DJs, and various catering services, has since taken place. I have provided a copy of some of those promotional flyers for the record. Additionally, with respect to the property's current use, another factor to consider is parking. According to the LDC, 10 parking spaces are required for every 1,000 square feet. And during my last site visit, I counted 9 parking spaces total. In order for this case to achieve compliance, the respondent will need to present a site development plan that has been approved. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Sergeant Carter from Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, and we'll answer any further questions should the board have any. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Matthew Carter with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. Our main point of discussion would be that this establishment would not open back up until it's brought into compliance with zoning and the code enforcement violations due to the safety of the patrons that would be participating by entering the establishment. That's all I have.
Okay, I don't know who presented us with the evidence, but I'm looking at a advertisement that says Bottle Wars, and it says on it, all bottles discounted. Deputy, is there liquor being served or liquor being consumed here?
So that's something that we're looking into.
Okay, all right.
If I may, we only ask that, we know there's some code violations and there's some zoning violations that for the safety of any patrons that would be going through the establishment, that we would not allow this business to open until they're in compliance with what the county code enforcement is requesting.
Okay.
The question, sir, are they licensed to do what they're doing?
It's my understanding they don't have a liquor license, sir, and it's also my understanding that they're not, don't have the correct occupancy zoning.
Okay, for the representative, it's your turn.
Hi, okay, so I am Katina McClinton, general contractor and code correctors, help with code situations and violations as this. And I have was employed by the tenant to get everything straightened out. And we recently got drawings of everything, and we do need some time to talk to the county to get everything in compliance, such as this site and zoning. And I have
Okay, I'll ask you as well. It's showing all bottles are discounted, where I'm looking at a picture of a bottle of Hennessy, and it says Bottle Wars. Is alcohol being served on this property? I know you don't have a liquor license. Do you have a bottle club permit?
I have no recollection of that information because I don't attend the club, but I'm just the GC and trying to get the situation complied with the county. And I was trying to show the site plan that he recently paid for so we can move forward to get it into the county system.
Don't you believe you should have done that before you opened?
I'm sorry?
Do you not think you should have done that before you opened?
I am code correctors. When people go out and do things like this, they call me after the fact and I help turn the situation around. So he called me after the fact and I just got called last Monday to help take care of the situation.
I got a question. Is this place being leased or is it owned by you?
Sorry, say that again.
Are you renting the place or you own the facility?
I do not own the facility. No, I'm helping taking care of the issue to get it facilitated to the county. I have an engineer on board. I'm the GC and also help with the violations to get everything on paper and submit it to the county.
Okay, there was somebody else on here that wished to speak. Yes, no.
I'm Mark Heinlein, owner of the property, and I'm just at this point, just
One
wait to
moment.
see what,
Sir, you didn't take the oath the oath of witness, did you?
I believe I did.
I think I only, he did not.
Okay.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And state your name and address for the record.
Mark Heinlein, 3610 Hudson Lane, Tampa, Florida, 33618.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm the owner of the property, and I'm looking at the outcome of this hearing today to figure out what my position should be on this situation.
Okay. Were you aware that this business was going to be more of a cabaret than a hookah bar where they just sit around and smoke?
No, I was unaware of that.
Okay, do you have a contract with them as to what the building was going to be used for?
I apologize. What's that question, please?
Question is, do you have a contract with them as to what their business was going to be used for?
No, my understanding was a furniture store.
So you leased that to them as a furniture store?
It was as a furniture store, correct?
Okay. All right. Anybody questions? Board members?
Chairman, I believe we have Josephina in opposition still online.
Okay.
Yes, my name is Josephina Vilches. I lived around the corner from this place. And several nights, it was like 5 nights in a row, where the music was loud. I was stating that I have a husband that gets up has to be at work at 5 o'clock in the morning, a 93-year-old, and my son who's autistic. And the music was so loud that the windows were shattering from being so loud. In a particular evening, it was up till 6:30 in the morning. What I'm afraid was that right up across the street from my house, it's the wooded area, and they parked all along. It was traffic at all sorts, with the ring chime of the cars coming in constantly and people walking to the facility. And there was a lot of traffic going on and people walking. And one of the concerns was it was 6:30 in the morning and there still was a lot of people parked still at the lounge. And there's a bus stop right there in that corner, with kids getting on the bus. So, like I said, the noise was extremely loud. And I talked to the deputy a couple of times because it was where we couldn't sleep. And they came out and they had one night they came out 3 times and the noise would not go down either. That's basically it.
Okay, thank you.
Good question.
Mr. Russell?
Officer, what is your recommendation?
I think he's asking you a question.
I'm sorry, I'm here.
Yeah, what is your recommendation as a code enforcement officer as far as what you're looking for to get this in compliance?
Well, board member, I do appreciate the question. Fact of the matter is that as a code enforcement officer, I'm just here to represent this case in reference to the fact that they don't have a site development plan. So if I had to answer that question, I would say that as long as they can have a site development plan, we can see about finding a good resolution for the case.
Okay, members of the board? Ms. Wright? He answered your question? Okay. Okay. Before we do a motion, this is just for discussion, my discussion only. The advertisement, it appears to be some type of alcoholic establishment, at the minimum a bottle club. This place was leased as a furniture store. And I do not believe that they are zoned for this proper type of establishment to be there. My recommendation is only recommendation that they open when they have a site development plan. And to the owner, the responsibility of all of this is yours. I realize you leased it to them for a furniture store, and they may have broken the lease. I'll take comments from any other members of the board. Okay, do we have a motion?
You can turn on the microphone, sir.
I have registered to speak.
Okay.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Chip Purcell, address 1110 North Florida Avenue, Tampa, Florida 33602. And I'm an attorney representing the West Broad Baptist Church, who is a close neighbor to this site. I actually have an answer to your question you asked earlier about alcohol being served. One of the complaints that my client has is we have a dumpster that's close by, and the dumpster is being filled with cases of liquor boxes, not just, individual bottles, but obviously from a distributor. And those cases of liquor bottles are being placed in our dumpster and filling up our dumpster. Of course, the commission knows we have to pay for that. I brought with, we have a surveillance camera out there also. I brought with me several photographs of the traffic and the trespassing that's coming on the church property at all hours of the morning. Patrons of this site are not only parking on our property, but they're coming on the property, driving on the property, doing donuts, and then exiting the property, leaving the tire tracks. We have to pick up trash. Some of the trash is particularly embarrassing to have to quote in a public hearing. This is a nuisance. We want it shut down, and we just want you to know what's going on out there. This is the parking that's occurring on our property. These photos are of a night surveillance camera taken over, I think, 3 or 4 different days. So this is not just a one-day period. This is a nuisance, and we want it shut down.
Council, how many feet from your church is this establishment?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
How many feet or is this establishment from the church?
It's about 3 lots, I believe. 3 lots. If you saw in the photograph that the code enforcement officer showed earlier, we are 2 lots north and 1 lot west of the hookah lounge. But the street that runs behind the hookah lounge runs right alongside our property.
Okay, but what
So we would be
point?
in 7220, I believe, on that photograph.
Okay, the point I'm trying to make is less than 500 feet away from this
easy.
establishment is your church.
Yes, sir, easily.
Okay.
And my question now is for Mr. Pisano. And during my career, I knew that there was a setback between church and places that could serve alcohol. Is that still in effect? And what is it?
It is, to my knowledge, although I understood the previous testimony to be that they had not applied as a hookah lounge, but the building is supposed to be a furniture store. So the easy answer to that question would be, of course, it would not be permitted. But I base my answer based on the earlier testimony.
Okay, yeah, I was just trying to get a possibly in advance, because if they do get a permit for a hookah lounge, we don't want a dumpster's worth of alcohol next to a church,
I'm
which is
prepared-
another violation.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
I believe it's a
Prepared to make a motion.
to answer your question.
Okay, thank you. You're right.
I'm prepared to make a motion. I move in the case of CE 21001653 that based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County Code and ordinance as listed in staff presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the action taken by the violator, violates history. I grant 3 days to come in compliance. Compliance achieved by the time a fine of $500 per day be assessed.
Second, for the purpose of discussion. My concern with that is, yes, we've seen and heard everything that they said, but the item here that we're here to discuss is the site development and review plan, which is something that they're following suit with. So I don't know, I'm pretty sure, I don't know if we have like legal authority to tell them to shut down or not, but like this right here, we're not really here to rule on that. So that'd be my concern, that 3 days would be too short of amount of time for them to be able to get this done.
Okay, they've had since February, but Mr. Lorenzen?
I would say I'm on the same line there. I think we need to give them the opportunity to file and try for a site development review, being the violation. But based on the testimony from the sheriff's office, this is definitely a life safety issue. Because it's a life safety issue, we do have the ability to tell them to cease and desist activities in the building until such time that this is approved. So I would say that might be the stipulation that we add to this, is to say that they can't use it in this capacity effective immediately until they have a ruling on whether or not the site development review plan submitted, which has yet to be submitted, is approved.
What kind of time frame does that require? Is that a 30-day, 60-day time frame for the site development generally?
But first, before we get there,
Yes.
okay, do you
Yeah,
want
Anthony.
to amend your amendment to have them cease and desist because of the safety issues until the site development can be approved?
First off, I don't see it as a safety issue, but I do see it as a nuisance issue and in the violation of the site development plan. So, yeah, it's cease and desist after 3 days.
Okay, after 3 days. Okay, that's his motion.
Got to give them time to close down.
Okay, and still, who second? Somebody second it?
Restate the motion, please. What is it now?
His motion is they have 3 days to come into compliance or be fined $500 a day. If they stop before 3 days, they cease and desist, then of course it would be in compliance.
Yeah.
Okay? Do we have a second to the motion?
I think that needs to be stated a little more detailed than that. Cease and desist until such time that a site development review or plan has been approved. I mean, that's.
My question is, it's 3 days to cease and desist and stop the business, and then are we giving them like 30 days for them to get the development plan and review? Or no, it's just all shut down? That's where my question is.
It's 3 days, they shut it down, and once they get everything approved, then they can open it up again.
Okay, that's where we're at. Do we have a second to this motion?
Second.
Okay, we do have a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Okay, y'all have 3 days to come into compliance. We'll be fined $500 a day. And unfortunately, sir, the owner of the property is the one that's going to be cited. This case is over. Next case, please.
Clarify the cease and desist as well?
Oh, yeah, and you will, after the 3 days, you will cease and desist until you do have your site development review plan approved.
Turn back to page 9, number 16, case number CE 2100-1756. The owner is Johnny E. Bullard, 701 Kingswood Place. We have service, and I believe we have Mr. Bullard online.
Yes, I'm here.
Johnny, can you please enable your camera?
Raise your right hand, sir. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm
Up.
do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And state your name and address.
My name is Johnny Bullard, 650 Chestnut Bend Drive, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, 27103.
Thank you.
Okay, officer, go ahead.
Thank you, Eric Tyne, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Property in question is 701 Kingswood Place in Brandon. Property is owned by Johnny E. Bullard. Property was first inspected on February 22nd, 2021, based on a complaint of a damaged fence and an unsanitary pool. The initial inspection showed that the block retaining wall along the South Kings Ave side of the property was damaged and leaning in toward the property. Later found that that wall had been struck by a vehicle. A section of the wooden privacy fence attached to that wall was damaged, with pieces of the fence lying on the ground along with other trash and debris. There was an area on the opposite end of the wall that was crumbled, and there was a hole in the wall wider than 4 inches. That wall also serves as part of the pool barrier for the in-ground pool in the rear yard. The pool in the rear yard, which was visible through that hole, as well as from the damaged section of fence, was dark green and unsanitary. And there was also a gate on the opposite side of the property that was open. It was not self-closing and self-latching. Also, there were overgrowth conditions present in the yard. Property was also cited for a nuisance condition for a dead tree in the front yard. That tree has been removed and that violation is complied. During a reinspection on February 26th of 2021, I spoke with the tenant, Nicholas Bonilla, explained what needed to be done to bring the property into compliance. We have also spoken with Mr. Bullard on the phone and explained to him as well. Property was last inspected on April 9th of 2021. There was still damage to the wall, though it looked like some effort had been made to get it more level, standing upright the way it's supposed to be. However, the hole and crumbled section was still there. There was still overgrowth present. The gate on the opposite side of the property was closed, but it didn't look like there had been any change to it as far as its ability to be able to close without striking the ground. Overgrowth was still present in the rear yard. The pool had been cleaned and the accumulations had been removed, so those 2 violations are in compliance. I would just request that those conditions be included in any any order the board issues. Thank you.
Okay, on these pool barrier, the gate access and the gaps and openings. The gaps and openings, a child could get through it?
As far as the gap in the wall, code requires that it be that a 4-inch sphere not be able to fit through the hole. The hole that is there is currently about 6.5 inches wide.
Okay, and that butts up to the pool barrier.
Yes, it does. You can see.
Okay.
You can see the pool through the hole there.
Okay. We'll respond it. Do we have anybody else here?
Yes, sir. I'm
Mr.
here.
Bullard,
Yes.
go ahead. sir.
Well, as far as the wall, it was struck by a vehicle as the inspector said, and I've been going back and forth with the vehicle owner's insurance company and trying to find a contractor who will do a job that small and get it permitted and all those things has been kind of really difficult. I have found 2 that could do it, and they've submitted their bids to the insurance company, and it's in their I guess claim process now. The fence, the gate on the opposite side, there's a barrier in the backyard to that keeps that from being a pool barrier. There's a fence between the house and the rear fence on the property. And as he said, the tree's been removed, the trash has been cleaned up, and I believe the grass has been mowed. I got a picture of it this morning, and he said that's the condition it's in now.
Okay, so what you're trying to say is that the access gate that he's talking about to the pool does not go to the pool. That there is another
One on the
access
opposite-
gate that seals the pool from anybody coming in.
Yes, sir. The one on the opposite side of the house doesn't have access to the pool currently.
Okay, but one still does.
The one that does is now self-closing and latching.
Okay. Members of the board. Questions? Comments? Somebody like to make a motion? Go
Be
ahead.
happy to entertain a motion. I move in case CE 21001756, based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances of staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation and the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 10 days to come into compliance on item PM 12.2 overgrowth and item PM 12.4 fences. For the other two remaining items, item S13 2.2.1.11 pool barrier access gates, and item S13.2.1.5 pool barrier gaps, opening indentations or protrusions, I grant 3 days to come into compliance. Failure to meet any of these deadlines by that date will result in a fine of $250 per day be assessed.
I'll second Mr. Baniak.
$250 on each?
$250 on all,
Okay.
correct. Yes,
All
sir.
right, we have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. 3 days to fix the pool gates. You have 10 days for the rest. Next case, please.
Mr. Bordenero, I believe Mr. Razio has filled in for Mr. Boland on the board. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, we need to have that on record. So Mr. Razio is now here and on the board.
Okay, yes, she is.
Okay, and I think the secretary needed to know who did the motion on the last
Lorenzen?
one before this one. I mean,
Oh,
who did
sorry.
who seconded?
Mr. Baniak.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Close enough. Okay. We cleaned up with the business. Next case.
Next case is on page 13, number 24, case number CE 2000-0360. The owner is Linda Dawn Sizemore, 9021 Navajo Avenue. We have service and we have someone virtual.
I believe that's Brenda. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, we have some people in person as well. Okay. I'm going to give the oath of witness to all of you. So, Brenda, raise your hand. If you two will raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, step up and give your name and address and turn.
Please turn on the microphone.
Linda Downer. Linda Downer, 9021 Navajo Avenue, Tampa 33637.
Thank you.
Daryl Downer, 9021 Navajo Avenue, Tampa, Florida.
And what are your relation to this case?
I'm the owner.
Oh, okay.
It's just under
And-
my maiden name.
Miss Brenda, could you state your
Yes.
name and address for the record, please?
Certainly. I'm Brenda Enfinger. I'm temporarily live at 9025 Navajo. However, we just sold our home at 9018 Navajo.
like.
Okay, and you're here just as a neighbor to this?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, officer.
Hillsborough County Code Enforcement, Joshua Steen. I first inspected the property at 9021 Navajo Avenue, Tampa, Florida, 33637 on January 14th, 2020. We have an extensive history at this property. At the time of the inspection, the property was owner occupied, not foreclosure. The current violations remaining on the property are recreational vehicles exceeds the allowable, recreational utility vehicles exceed the allowable number, recreational vehicle utility trailer setbacks, and commercial vehicle. Any of those double axle trailers that you have on the property except for the RV.
Okay. Which one of you would like to speak first?
Go ahead. You're asking. Go ahead. Okay, these neighbors have been harassing us since we moved in, and they said they're not gonna stop till we move out, and they.
Okay, wait, we're not talking about harassing neighbors. What we're talking about is recreational vehicle setback, commercial vehicles, and too many recreational or utility vehicles. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, nobody has ever specified to us what a commercial vehicle is until he just said it.
Okay. Is that all you have to say?
I'm not sure exactly what all needs to be done, but we will do it.
Okay. Does anybody else need to say anything on that side? Yes, no? Okay.
I believe, Brenda, you're muted if you're trying to speak.
Is somebody trying to?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry. Is it my turn?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, we have lived on Navajo Avenue since 1972. These people that have moved into that house at first moved in with multiple vehicles. And that's when we began calling code enforcement, because it is a neighborhood. It's not an industrial park. And these people bring equipment in all the time. There is always tractor trailers everywhere on the roads. They have backed these tractor trailers onto other properties on the neighborhood and damaged them. We've had the policemen out there to see this damage. We've got it on videos. The code inspector, Mr. Steen, is very familiar with what's going on out there, and I am sure that these people know what is commercial and what's not, because they have been in the business. They must buy and sell stuff all the time because there is always multiple vehicles, equipment, tractors, four-wheelers, you name it, they've had it on that yard. All the neighborhood wants to do is see them act like a neighbor that respects the neighborhood by staying in compliance with Hillsborough County rules. And they are fully aware of Hillsborough County rules. There is no doubt in my mind about that.
Okay.
They have trash as well as all of these vehicles on the yard. So that's our complaint.
We're not talking about trash. We're talking about these vehicles.
Well, I
So-
call it trash.
Okay.
Officer Steen.
Yes.
So I have had several interactions with, I believe it's the adult children of the property owner. Those conversations have always been confrontational and combative.
Right.
They have been specifically explained several times what each specific thing needed to be done over the course of this case, which has been going on for more than a year. The items that are currently the ones that are just open. I've closed several other, and yes, the reason why the dates on the photos are different is to show you that there's constantly different trailers and types of trailers coming in and out of the property regularly, as well as engine parts and all other kinds of stuff in the driveway. It's just a constant. It's different every time you go out there.
Okay. Board members, do you have any questions for anybody?
I'd like this, Mr. Urbanek, I'd like to ask the owners of the property if I could, why are there so many vehicles and trailers on this property?
We have 3 vehicles. We have a RV and we have a trailer. That's all we have. When we first moved in, yes, there were a lot of vehicles there because we had a few people helping us.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move in.
Mr. Eubank.
I got one question for the officer. I can't see the pictures. When did you take the pictures, the date of those?
I can't understand what.
What's
Can you repeat that
the date of
question,
the picture you're taking?
So the most recent photos I took were there. I believe that's the most recent.
April 20.
In that picture, there's that commercial vehicle hauler right there, which doesn't meet setbacks. The RV in the backyard doesn't meet the setbacks from the western property line.
What's the setback supposed to be?
7.5 feet. The
7.5 feet off of each fence and 21 foot off the house.
Let him speak.
Officer, all I'm interested in is the date of the pictures.
Okay, if you scroll through, you'll see the different dates. This case has been ongoing for over a year now. That was on January 14th, 2020. There's in this particular set of pictures, you'll see that trailer. There's a trailer behind the truck. There's a trailer in the backyard in front of the RV. And I didn't provide all the photos. I just provided some just so that you could see the disparity.
Okay, back to the motion.
Yeah, this is Mr. Urbanek. I'm making a motion. I move in case CE 200000360. That based upon the evidence provided, find the properties in violation of Hillsborough County Code of Ordinances listed in staff's presentation. Further, based upon the gravity of violation of the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 15 days to come into compliance. And if compliance not achieved by that date, a fine of $500 a day be assessed.
Second, Lorenzen. All right, we have a motion, we have a second by Mr. Lorenzen. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? You oppose? Mr. Vasillo opposes. Motion carries. You have 15 days to comply. Next case, please.
Turn to page 15, number 27, case number CE 2000-2160. The owner is Hector L. Rodriguez and Aurea E. Rodriguez, location 4021 Greenpark Lane. We have service and we have Mr. Rodriguez here, I believe. Good morning. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Can you turn the that on? Is it on?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes.
And state your name and address.
Hector L. Rodriguez, 4021 Greenmark Lane, Barbico, Florida, 33596.
Thank you.
Officer, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Parker. I'm the officer of Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case was initiated by by service request on February 13th, 2020. It was excuse me. It was at address 4021 Greenmark Lane. It is owner occupied. It was initially cited for 3 violations: inoperable vehicles, overgrowth, which were both complied. The only violation that remains is roofs and part thereof. It was last inspected on April 22nd of 2021.
Okay, sir, what would you like to say?
I was sure that was part of the violation. That's why that haven't been fixed yet. And I haven't put the money together because I had that roof cost me $22,000. And the last year, my work had cut back. I was back. So that's why it took me so long to get that roof done. I had no insurance on the house. And the house was vacant. I was living in the house.
How long is it gonna take you?
I'm sorry?
How long would it take you to fix that roof?
Look, the roof is done. I just need the fascia or that what you're looking at right now. That's what I have to finish repairing every 30 days.
30 days? Okay, board, do you have any questions? Somebody like to make a motion? Go ahead, Ms. Clayton.
In case CE 200002160, I find based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation and the actions taken by the violator, I grant 30 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $250 be assessed.
Second by right.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second by Ms. Wright. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Who opposes? Oh, okay. All right. Motion carries. Sir, you have 30 days to repair it. Next case, please.
Just for the record, I believe that's $250 per day. I didn't hear her say per day.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Turn to page 16, number 30, case number CE 19018800. The owner is Payman Borogini and Angel Jarrell, location 225 Ballpark Avenue. We have service, and someone had signed in here. Is the person who signed in for this case here?
The property owners already left.
He left, okay. Okay, we're going to skip this one and go to the next one, then we'll come back to this one. Number 31, case number CE 19019903. The owner is Teresa E. Kelly, 216 North Terrace Drive. We have service. And someone is signed in for this case. Did that one leave too? If you're here for this case, please. I guess they didn't stay. Is Marcia Smiling here? That's the next case. Marcia Smiling. I know, I don't know. Trying to decide whether to move on or not.
Let's move on if they're not here.
Is Brian Anderson in the room, in the building? Okay. We have someone virtual for number 35. Ali Alamad. Is he still online?
Ali, can you hear us?
Yes,
Can you
I'm here.
please enable your camera, sir?
Let me call the case then. On page 18, number 35, case number CE 2000-2955. The owner is the Islamic Center of Brandon Incorporated, and that is at 1014 Victoria Street. We have service and we have someone online. And if I could get him on the screen, we'll give him the oath.
Ali, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here.
Good morning, sir. Raise your right hand, please. I'm sorry. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you swear or confirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And state your name and address.
Ali Al Ahmad, 726 Barry Bramble Drive, Brandon, Florida, 33510.
And you're representing the Islamic Center of Brandon?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, officer.
Yes, good afternoon, Officer Michael Hernando, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. The property address is 1014 Victoria Street, Brandon, belonging to the Islamic Center of Brandon. This case was brought forward, but due to a technicality, we had to reschedule. The violation is commercial vehicles, property zoned RC6, and not quite rezoned for commercial vehicles. The property is no longer in violation. We're just looking for an order to maintain the not presence of commercial vehicles.
Okay, so what would you like to say?
Is it my turn, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Yes, we were unable actually to see that commercial because especially in the weekend, maybe that was in the weekend. But we found out from Mr. Hernando and that the commercial, the car or the towing truck was parked during the weekend or at night where we did not see. So we didn't really talk to the owner, and we send a message to everyone in the community that no one allowed to do any commercial parking in these buildings. And since then, we don't have any problems.
Okay, thank you. Members of the board, do you have any questions? Okay, Mr. Razio, would you like to make a motion?
Sorry, I pushed my button. I'd like to move in case number CE 200002955 that based on the evidence presented, the property was in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as presented. Further, I found the property is now in compliance with this code provision and ordered it to remain in compliance with this code.
Second, Lorenzen.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Sir, remain in compliance. Next case.
Turn back to page 16, number 31, case number CE 1901-9903. The owner is Teresa E. Kelly, 216 North Terrace Drive. We have service and we do have someone here for this. Hello, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And state your name and address.
Thomas Kelly, 216 Terrace Drive, Brandon, Florida, 33510.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody else or that? Officer, go ahead.
Good afternoon. This case started 12/17 of 2019. The property has been in violation since that date for accumulations and outside open storage. As you can see from the pictures, the property owner has been placing several items out and then not returning them back to his garage. We've had several code service requests for this property, and we're just asking for an order that the property owner clean and maintain his property.
But he is not yet in compliance. Officer,
He's not in compliance. As of the last inspection, the property was not in compliance.
okay, thank you. Board members, any discussion? Somebody like to make a
Just one question. This has been going on for a year or more? Officer,
Yes, sir.
this has been going on for over a year?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Make your motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion. I move in the case of CE 1901-9903 that based on the evidence presented, I find the property in violation of the Hillsborough County Code and Ordinance as listed in staff presentation. Further, based on the gravity of violation acted by the violator's history, I grant 14 days to come in compliance not achieved by that time, a fine of $200 per day. PSS.
Second, for the purpose of discussion, it's been going on for a year, so would you consider maybe a higher fine amount? Could you hear me?
Do you want to give Mr. Kelly an opportunity to speak? I don't believe he said anything.
Sure. Go ahead.
You can speak in the microphone now.
I just want to say that the violation's been complied with.
Thank you.
And I called to have someone come out, to check it, but nobody, they said, no, you got to come to the hearing whether you cleaned it up or not.
Okay. Want to change the dates now or?
They were.
He's in compliance.
Oh, motion stays 14,200.
Okay. The carport's empty and everything.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, officer, you'll be able to get out there within the 14 days, correct?
Yes, sir.
Make arrangements with the gentleman. Next case, please.
Mr. Kelly, it's all set. All set. You're all set.
Oh,
Yeah, you're all set. So.
Is Marcia Smiling in the room yet? Okay, I guess not. Okay, turn to page 19, number 36, case number CE 2000-6893. The owner is Nicola Barnett, location 6511 East 26th Avenue. We have service. And good morning. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. And state your name and address.
Nicola Barnett, 5100 Dancing Bay Lane, Wesley Chapel, Florida, 33543.
Thank you. Can you, yes, there you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, Paul Rowan with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Oh, good afternoon. This case began on May 11th of last year, so we're about a year old. The property is a 0.785 acre currently vacant parcel, which is zoned RSC 9 and not homesteaded. It originally had a house on it, which was demoed back in 2013. After that, there were multiple cases on the property because the property owner at that time neglected to maintain it. The current property owner purchased the property on May 1st of 2019 and didn't maintain it. And by the time we got to May of 2020, we were doing a sweep through the neighborhood and she came into violation. She has done a major cleanup on the property, but it's only a partial cleanup. It hasn't been completed. I had a discussion with her. I've also had a discussion a couple of times with a contractor that she's hired. And I believe with a sufficient amount of time, whatever she determines, maybe 30 or 60 days, they can get this finalized. It's the only violations we have are accumulations and overgrowth, and the accumulations are basically tree and plant debris. No life safety issues.
Okay, ma'am, it's your turn.
Yes, good morning. I, like, the code enforcer had mentioned, I purchased, a forest and I spent, $5,000 since I've been here in December at the last hearing. If I could get, like you said, like 60 days, I could spend another 3,500. That's what they had quoted me to get it done. So I clean it up within the 60 days for $3,500 more dollars.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Wright.
I move in case number CE 20006893. That based on the evidence presented, I find that the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator, and the violator's history, that I grant 60 days to come into compliance, and if compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $200 per day be assessed.
Second.
Second by Ms. Clayton. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And Mr. Lorenzen, you have something to say?
Yes, Officer Rowan, before you unplug there, can you still hear me?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Mr. Rowan, can you still hear me?
What?
Are you hearing? They say you hearing?
I can't understand what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah, yes.
Yes.
Mr. Rowan, I just wanted to take a second. This case is completed, but I wanted to briefly bring something up to the members of the board and code enforcement officers and staff while they're here. We didn't have a meeting last month, so I didn't get an opportunity to do this, but I witnessed Officer Rowan back on March 13th, which is just for everybody's record. That's a Saturday morning. Before 8 o'clock, Mr. Rowan was out in his vehicle pulling snipe signs out of the median in State Road 60. And I just think that that's pretty impressive, that this gentleman is going out and doing work on a Saturday morning when people are zipping up and down State Road 60. I noticed it, I thought it was impressive, and I wanted to be sure to recognize him at the meeting so everybody knew that there's people out there going above and beyond. I know all of our staff does that, but that one hit me pretty hard. I just want to say thank you for what you do and the extra effort that you're taking.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
I'm done.
next case, please.
All set.
Yes, ma'am, you're done.
Come back in 2 months. I'll check it. If it's all done, we close the case. No file.
Next case.
I have one question for you.
Turn to page 20, number 40, case number CE 20004299. The owner is Gloria Y. Ramirez, 16503 Dawnview Drive. We have service. Ms. Ramirez is here.
We're on page 20.
She is the owner. I'm just the interpreter.
Okay. CE 20004299 is number 40 on the agenda. Gloria Ramirez. Okay. She's going to need to pull her mask. I'm sorry. Raise your right hand.
Alza la mano derecha.
Do you swear or affirm
Juras que
the testimony you're about to give
el testimonio que va a
will
dar
be the truth,
va a ser la verdad?
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sí.
And so now we need her name and address.
La dirección y su nombre completo.
Gloria Ramírez, 16053 Downview Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33624.
3362.
I'm sorry.
And can we get your name and address?
Yasmin Carrillo, and address is 10509 Boyette Creek Boulevard, Riverview, Florida, 33569.
Thank you.
Officer, go ahead.
Turn to my phone, Steve.
Right one.
Thank you. Steve Favors, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case CE 20004299. at the address of 16053 Donview Drive, Tampa, Florida 33624, owned by Gloria Ramirez. The property is not in foreclosure. My first contact with this property for an inspection was on March the 30th, I believe that address is incorrect. I think it's should be 2020. During my initial inspection with this property, I want to say this is March the 30th, 2020, not 2021. I wrote it on my paper wrong. During my initial inspection of the violation, they had inoperable vehicles, vehicle repairs in the residential district. They had an RV, utility trailer, pleasure craft on the right of way, and accumulation. During the course of my continued visit to this property, the accumulation was complied with. The vehicle repairs were stopped. The operable vehicle was removed, but the RV utility trailer continued to be parked on the right of way. I've included photos with this here to go back to the history of when this all occurred, where it's been a continual basis for about the last year and a half. I have made contact with the owner at one point because we had a scheduled court hearing. So she was aware of the violation. The court hearing will continue due to COVID. That's the end of my testimony.
Okay, ma'am, it's your turn.
I'm sorry, I wanted to add, the last inspection was done on 4/22/21.
Okay, ma'am, it's your turn.
Your Honor, may I get a few minutes just to let her know a brief explanation of what he just went over?
Sure.
Thank you. Él solamente te está diciendo todas las violaciones que tuvo. Él dice que recogiste la violación de la basura, recogieron la violación de los carros, recogieron. La única violación que tienes ahorita es la del tráiler, que todavía está en el drive. Entonces el juez quiere saber si tú tienes algo que decir.
Ok. Te lo digo a ti. Mi hijo trabaja con el tráiler, comprando y vendiendo vehículos. En algunas ocasiones, él parquea el carro en la...
So my son works, he buys cars and sells cars, and sometimes he does park the trailer with loaded cars on the streetway.
Algunas veces llega a casa y lo parquea por unos minutos.
Sometimes he gets home and he parks for a few minutes.
No por mucho tiempo, pero vuelve y lo lleva porque él ya consiguió su lugar donde dejar sus carros para arreglarlos.
So he parks there for a few minutes, gets off, get back on, and then he takes them to a mechanic shop that he rented to fix his own cars.
Is that it?
Sorry, I didn't hear what he said.
Code enforcement officer Favors again. Your Honor, this trailer has been parked at that location overnight. So I have early morning details as well as late at night. The last photos that was taken on 4/22, I got a text by the complainant or one of the residents at 11:30 at night. And the vehicle was there at 6:39 in the morning when I arrived at the residence. So it's more than just there for a few minutes and then he leaves. He's actually parking it there on a regular basis.
Question?
Go ahead.
Carter, what would you recommend as board should do on this?
My recommendation is that they no longer park the vehicle there, period. And if they continue to do so, like I indicated, this case has been going on for over a year. And if they continue to do so, then the appropriate fine be fined against them.
Que no lo sigas parqueando ahí y que si sigue procesando el proceso que ya lleva más de un año.
I'm prepared to make a motion then. I move in the case of CE 20004-299 that based on the evidence presented, I find the property in violation of Hillsborough County Code and Ordinance as listed in staff presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the act taken by the violator's history, I grant 3 days to come in compliance. Compliance not achieved by the time of fine of $250 a day be assessed.
Second, Lorenzen.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. 3 days, it's gotta be out of there. $250 a day fine, so don't be parking on the right of way. Would you pass that along, Ms. Translator?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The trailer has to be how many days?
They give you 3 days to remove the trailer.
Oh, 3 days.
Back in more.
3 days, it's gotta be gone.
Te dan 3 días para
And don't
remover
bring
el
it
trailer,
back.
y te dan una multa de $200 por día. ¿De la casa o ahí de donde lo quieres? Is it the trailer from the property, from the where he parks it, or from her property?
Trailer parked on the right.
Okay, but the trailer is parked on her property. That's what she's saying. Now, like the trailer is off the car and it's parked on her property. Okay, no, de la casa. Okay, so tienes que removerlo de la casa o te cobran $200.
We already ruled on this. Okay, next case, please.
Is there anyone else in the audience who hasn't been heard yet? Well, not you. Any other citizens, non-employees? Okay, that does clear out the audience, board members. So now the rest of these will be no citizens testifying.
Okay, seeing there's no one present in the audience for the remaining cases on the agenda, the board will now review the case materials previously provided by county staff. If the board finds that the property is in violation of the county codes or ordinances as listed in the staff's presentation, the board's ruling on each case will be based on the evidence presented, gravity of the violation, action taken by the violator, and the violator's history on determining the amount of the fine that will be assessed. And the way we will do that is we will start with Ms. Clayton. We will come on around the room. We will end up with our virtual friend, and then we'll come back to Ms. Clayton. Everybody understand? Call the next case, please.
Turn to page 2, number 3, case number CE 2000-6110. The owners are Nelson Diaz and Daisy Vivas. The location is 3108 Laurel Lane. This case was a continuance. Just a moment. From the hearing on January 29th. And no one is present.
Good afternoon, Dennis Sweeney, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case was brought before the board on January 29th due to a couple issues pertaining to permit needing to be obtained by the owners. The owners are in the process. It is on record with our building department. They are in the process. We have, staff has recommended that we remove those 2 items off of this case and add it to a new case so we can monitor and not bother the board with these items at this time. So the only thing that we're going to address with this case today is the accumulations on the property. As you can see in the photos, we have tree debris piled up at this location along with those pallets and other miscellaneous items on the property.
Okay, I grant 15 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $300 a day be assessed.
Second, Burns.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Next case.
Okay, next case is on page 2, number 4, case number CE 20013131. The owner is Antoinette Meyer, 608 East Morgan Street. And this case was also continued from the January 29th, 2021 hearing.
Officer, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Paul Rowan with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case at 608 East Morgan Street began on August 27th of 2020. The property is a little unusual for our cases. It's a business professional office zoning with a retail services use. The property is being used as a daycare center, and it's a very small lot. It's barely a quarter acre. So they really can't have a lot of parking spaces, but because the property is zoned what it is, they're required to have a paved lot, and they're also required to have at least one handicap spot. Those are the only two violations: the disabled parking and the paving requirements at this time.
Yeah. So, Mr. Rowan, what are you looking for in this? Looking for a continuance, or are you looking for a violation? Because it looks like the case was continued for 90 days to get an upgrade, and what the progress has been made. What
We're
progress?
looking, it's already been continued. We're looking for a ruling today, sir.
No, the property's in violation. She has not complied. I have not had any contact with the owner of the property itself.
All right, I grant 30 days to come in compliance, or a fine of $200 per day be assessed.
Second by right.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next case, please.
Turn to page 5, number 8, case number CE 2000-2343. The owners are Amanda M. Atkin, Walter Robert Rodriguez, 10911 Ross Street. We have service and no one is present.
Good afternoon, Charles Harwell, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case originated February 17th of 2020. There's no life safety issues. The home's not in foreclosure. It's tenant occupied. The violations cited were accumulations in electrical facilities. We had a complaint about a generator being run all night to supply electricity to the property. I spoke to TECO yesterday or the day before. There was a $1,600 unpaid electric bill for this property, and they're not going to reinstall electricity until it's paid. So the violations remain, as you can see.
I grant 30 days to come into compliance. Compliance not achieved by that date, a fine of $200 per day be assessed.
Second by right.
All in favor? I gotta do this.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Next case, please.
Could I get that motion again? At how many days?
30 days, $200 a day.
Thank you. Next case is number 9, case number CE 2000-2963. The estate of Joanne Perkins, 5732 Anna Drive. We have service and no one is present.
Good afternoon, Charles Harwell, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case originated February 27th of 2020. There's no life safety issues. It's a vacant lot, and it's zoned RSC 6. The cited violations are improper use of zone, non-conforming housing type, accessory structure without use or without primary use, and accumulations. When the case initially started, there was somebody living in a tent to the right where you see that new structure, and accumulations have come and gone, but this is the most recent So we still have someone living in a tent, as you can see to the left. That new structure has been put up there within the last 6 to 8 weeks. They're running an electrical cord about 500 yards to another property to supply electricity to them. So I'm not sure what they're doing for plumbing facilities, but for electricity, they're using an extension cord. And there's no permits for that structure.
I'm prepared to make a motion. I grant 15 days to come into compliance, and if compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $300 per day be assessed.
Second, Urbaniak.
Okay, first we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next case, please.
Page 6, number 10, CE 2000-2829. This case complied April 27, 2021. Number 11, CE 2000-3947. The owner is Pratt Company LLC, 4702 Murray Hill Drive. We have service and no one is present. And here comes the inspector.
Chris Bishop, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Property is owned by Pratt Company LLC. Property in violation is 4702 Murray Hill Drive. This first inspection on March 24th, 2020. My last inspection, April 27th, 2021. I've had contact with the owner. That's not the case. The owner originally when I first started the case and have not had contact since. Property's not in foreclosure. It was cited for overgrowth, fences, general standards, unsecured structure, exterior light fixture, roofs and parts thereof. There are no permits for the property. That's the interior of the house.
Wow. Okay.
It's a lot of work. I'm gonna say 30 days and $300 a day.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next case.
Page 7, number 12, CE 2001-5093, River Tree Landing Apartments LLC, 6919 River Run Drive. We have service and no one is present.
Good afternoon. Cynthia Gonzalez, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. On 10/5/2020, Officer Steen was the initial officer that inspected this property, and he cited for 6 violations. As of this morning, 5 out of the 6 violations are in compliance, and the only one that remains is the window. I spoke to the property manager, and Monday they will be replacing that window. And that's it for this case.
Is it my turn, guys?
Yes, it is.
All right, perfect. I grant 15 days to come in compliance. If compliance not achieved by that date, a fine of $250 a day be assessed.
Second, all right.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second by Ms. Wright. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Next
Page
case,
8.
please.
Page 8, number 14, CE 1901-7549. The owner is Gottlieb Holdings LLC, 1519 Kirtley Drive. We have service and no one is present.
Good afternoon, Eric Tyne, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Property was first inspected on November 12th, 2019, based on a complaint of overgrowth from a neighbor. The inspection found that the yard was substantially overgrown. This is the 9th complaint that code enforcement has received on this property for overgrowth since April of 2016. Property was cited for overgrowth. I was contacted by the management company in December of 2019 to ask me to re-inspect and close the case. I advised them that the case would not be closed. It would proceed to hearing. I've had no further contact with them. Last re-inspection on April 1st, 2021 found the property had been mowed. Just requesting an order that the property remain in compliance. That's all I have.
I find the property was in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as presented. Further, I find the property is now in compliance with this code provision in order that it remain in compliance with this code provision.
Second.
Okay, motion. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next case, please.
Thank you.
Turn to page 10, number 18, case number CE 2100-4110. The violator is Fernando Acosta, and the location is the right-of-way. And we have service and no one is present.
Do we have an officer?
Jason Zola.
Go ahead.
Stand by.
Thank you. Case is pulled. Page 11, number 20, CE 2001-4914. The owner is Ernestius Hayes, 11238 Andy Drive. We have service and no one is present.
Good afternoon, Jim Carr, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Property in question is owned by Ms. Hayes. She is in foreclosure and she has filed bankruptcy. I contacted County Attorney, Mr. Fitzgerald, who said, go ahead with the enforcement of the hearing and have the lien recorded, even though we cannot force payment of the lien or the foreclosure without ordering the lift of the stay. The recorded lien that we'll get at this hearing will give us additional support for any alternative actions later on. What we have here is I was at the property on September 30th and found the pool to be unsecured, unsanitary. These are the last two violations that we have here. I had talked to the adult daughter who lives at the property and another relative. They're telling me they're going to fix everything in a few weeks, but it never happens. And my last photographs were on the 28th of April.
Do we have a second? Mike, you.
I grant 3 days, $500 a day.
Do we have a second?
I'll second, Mr. Baniak.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next case.
Next case is number 21, CE 2001-5795. The violator is Residential Asset Mortgage Products Incorporated, Asset-Backed Certificate Series 2004-KR1. Location 612 Citruswood Lane. We have service and no one is present.
Good afternoon again, Jim Carr, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. The property is currently in foreclosure and it's been vacant for all of my inspections since October 16th, 2020. We're citing the mortgagee for failure to maintain a foreclosure property for the accumulations. We had overgrowth conditions, but I found the pool or the grass to be mowed on the 27th of this month. We have an unsecured pool, we have an unsanitary pool, which we did put mosquito fish in, and we have exposed wiring at several air conditioners in the pool pump. Been in contact with the violator by emails. They do have a new service company handling the property, and they did post the property saying that the property is vacant, which they did also on the ProChamps website. The contractor who handles the registration for foreclosures, they said it was vacant back on January 25th of 2021.
I grant 7 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $400 per day be assessed.
Questions, discussions? Because of the pool barrier, or not the pool being open for something to happen, I think a shorter time on that.
I'm gonna leave my motion the same. It's been going on since October of 2020.
I'll second Brian's motion.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
The motion.
Motion is 7 days, $400 a day. 7 days, 4 days.
Okay. Motion carries. Next case.
Okay, turn to page 15, number 28, case number CE 2000-4467. The owner is Joyce D. Askew, and location 4411 South 70th Street. We have service and no one is present.
Good afternoon. Also, Leon Sadler, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Property in question is located at 4411 South 70th Street, which is a vacant lot and is owned by Joyce D. Askew. This property is not in foreclosure. The property was first inspected on March 31st, 2020, and was cited for accumulation. As of my last inspection on April 16th, 2021, accumulation still existed. And in between my first inspection and this last inspection, there has been no effort whatsoever to clean this place up.
I grant 3 days to come into compliance, and if compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $400 per day be assessed.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we have a second by Mr. Lawrence. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next case, please.
What was the motion?
Next case, oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay, now, I'm sorry. We did that as a courtesy to the inspector. Turn back to page 12, number 23, case number CE 2000-3899. The owner is Jacob Alexander White, 6413 West Clifton Street. We have service and no one is present. Mr. White was here, but I believe he had an emergency and had to leave.
Jose Reyes, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. I inspected the property at 6413 West Clifton Street on March 19th, 2020, at which time of the inspection it was occupied, not in foreclosure. The following violations were noted: accumulations, overgrowth, and inoperable vehicle. As of my last inspection on 4/19 of 2021, the overgrowth was taken care of. The accumulations and inoperable vehicles remained. I did speak to Mr. White before he had to leave on his medical emergency. He stated he'd have the blue vehicle that's untagged out by May 4th, and the remaining accumulations being the tires and the washing machine out today. And he's just waiting on the title for the untagged silver vehicle so he can register it.
I move that we give Mr. White 10 days and $200 a day fine for non-compliance.
Second, for the purpose of discussion, would you consider doing maybe like 15 to 30 days because he is waiting for the title of the tag to come?
Title to the car.
Yeah, and then May 4th is when the reply is going to be removed.
I amend my motion to 30 days.
I second that.
And $200 a day.
Okay, we have a motion of 30 days, $200 a day fine. The second by Ms. Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
Next case.
Page 13, number 25, CE 2000-0948. The owner is Reuben Green, 4415 Dolphin Drive. We have service, but no one is present. I believe this is another one that someone was here and left.
Yes. Officer Steen, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. I first inspected the property located at 4415 Dolphin Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33617 on January 22nd, 2020. Property is owner occupied, not in foreclosure. The charges are accumulations, inoperable vehicles, and outside open storage. I've spoken with Mr. Green on a number of occasions. Initially, I extended his case because he said he was having a surgery and recovering from it. Then he stopped taking my calls, and he actually called me day before yesterday and said the same. He was having the same surgery. And then he showed up today and then he left. So
Make a motion.
Yep.
I grant 30 days to come into compliance, and compliance not achieved by that date, a fine of $500 a day be assessed.
Second.
All right, we have a motion of 30 days, $500 a day. Been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Somebody opposes? No, okay. Motion carries. Next case, please.
Page 14, number 26, CE 2000-2049. The owner is Badger Investments LLC, 7021 Filbert Lane. We have service and no one is present.
Joshua Steen, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. I first inspected the property located at 7021 Filbert Lane, Tampa, Florida, 33637 on February 12th, 2020. At the time of the inspection, the property is tenant occupied, not in foreclosure. Violations are nuisance conditions for the driveway, fences, inoperable vehicles, light and ventilation in lavatories, plumbing leaks and or defects, plumbing fixture defective, screens, roofs and parts thereof, windows and exterior doors, interior surfaces, general standards for non-residential structures, doors, and ceilings. I have had no contact with the property owner or the LLC that manages the lease. I've had a pretty extensive contact with the tenant. It's the same tenant still living there. And she reported to me as of my last visit that nothing has been corrected. Everything's the same. She did some work on the exterior of the home out of her own pocket.
I grant 14 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $300 be assessed.
Do we have a second? Okay. Motion's 14 days, $300 a day. We have a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Page 16, number 29, CE 2000-1744. This case was pulled for staff. Page 17, number 33, CE 2000-13, I'm sorry, number 32, CE 2000-0605, Marcia Smiling and Zephaniah Smiling, 110 East Jersey Avenue. We have service, and Miss Smiling was here earlier, but apparently she left. And so no one is present. Number 32, CE 20000605.
All right, do we have an officer here?
Yeah.
Do we have someone here to testify, Ms. Meyer?
I'm sorry, sir, say that again?
Do we have an officer to testify?
Not at the moment. It doesn't appear.
Hillsborough County Code Enforcement Steve Sauce here. I was the one who performed the initial inspection on this property at the beginning of 2020. The property was cited for, if we can go through the slides, please. He has two more. Okay. It goes to.
Are we having technical difficulties here?
Please stand by.
Board members, while we're waiting, I have a question from the recording secretary. And he's wanting to know who did the second on 2000-2049, which was the last one we did before this. Where did it go? Does anybody remember who did the second on?
Mr.
DeRazio.
Razio did.
CE 2000-2049, number 26 on the agenda.
Mr. Vasilla.
Okay.
Second.
And then he asked that for the rest of the cases, if you would identify yourself when you do the second. I guess he didn't hear it. We're going to move on to number 37 on page 19 because we have an officer here who can testify on this one. Page 19, number 37 to CE 2000-5088. The owner is Celine Finance LP, location 4715 Kimball Court. We have service and no one is present. Oh, turn on the microphone.
Code Enforcement Officer Raquel Andujar. Are you ready? Okay. One moment. It's, yes, 2000-5088. The property we're going to discuss is bank-owned via foreclosure. The violations are for foreclosure property registration that is in compliance. Violations for overgrowth, accumulation, fence, dilapidated fence, windows and exterior doors, windows boarded, pool barrier that's required, pool barrier gates, pool sanitation, screens for the pool enclosure. This property is considered safety. We have temporarily secured the pool. I visited the property again yesterday and I found it to be unsecure again. So I put some more of the mesh there. Contact has been made via email to the property preservation company for the bank, which is Braun Incorporation. Emails have been sent since May of last year, 2020. My most recent email was March of 2021. We've gone back and forth, and I just continue to say property is not in compliance and violations need to be repaired.
Okay, thank you. Discussion? Okay, whose turn is it to make a motion? I've lost track. Pointing at each other.
Huh?
Yours?
Oh, yeah, it's my turn to make.
Okay.
Okay. I move I grant 3 days, $500 per day.
Second by right.
All right, we have a motion. 3 days, $500 a day, was seconded by Ms. Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next case, please.
Page 20, number 38, CE 2001-5346. The violator is New Res LLC, doing business as Shell Point Mortgage Servicing. Location 8941 South Bay Drive. We have service and no one is present.
Go ahead,
Code
officer.
enforcement I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Code enforcement officer Raquel Andahar. This property is in foreclosure. The property is vacant. Contact has been made with Safeguard, which is the property preservation for the mortgagee. The violation is for failure to maintain for the overgrowth, stagnant pool, unsecured pool, and I also recently added unsecured structure. The structure is temporarily secured. This pool, this is a corner house. As you can see, the conditions of the screen enclosure are in really bad shape. There is no fence. They are non-compliant. Emails have been sent. The most recent email was on April 23rd. Our first email was January 27, 2021. So they are aware of the violations. I would also request, because it's a safety, if you could put in your order for county to go ahead and secure the pool better, probably by putting some fencing material, so wood fencing material. If you could put abatement in your order, that would be great.
I grant 3 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $1,000 per day be assessed. In addition, I request the county to add the abatement and modify the pool structure in regards to life safety as soon as possible.
Second.
Second.
We have motion by Mr. Lorenzen, second by Mr. Vasilla. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next case, please.
Next case is number 39, CE 1900-9880. The owner is Morales Trujillo and Fausto Trujillo. 5525 Lake LeClaire Road. We have service and no one is present.
Steve Favors, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Case number CE 1900-9880, 5525 Lake LeClaire Road, Lukes, Florida 33558. This property is not in foreclosure. My first visit to this property was July the 1st, 2019. During the initial inspection, identified a violation of an outside / open storage and commercial vehicles. Over the course of my follow-up investigation, I found that none of the items have been complied. I have been in contact with the owner, and I conducted my last inspection on April the 29th, 2021. And the photos indicate that everything is still there. The open storage is the trailer cargo carrier that they have on the property. And then the other vehicles are all commercial vehicles. It's allowed to have one commercial vehicle, and he has, I think it was 4 of them.
I grant 5 days to come into compliance, and if compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $500 per day be assessed.
Second, Lorenzen.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Wright, second by Mr. Lorenzen. It's 5 days, $500 a day. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next case.
Just a moment. Okay, turn back to page 16, number 30, CE 1901-8800. The owner is, I'm going to have to say this again, Payman Borzini and Angel Jarrell, 225 Ballpark Avenue. We have service and no one is present.
Good afternoon, Stephen Saucer, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case was initiated from a complaint submitted by a citizen. On the initial inspection, the boat setback right there was in violation, and it continues to be in violation as of the latest photograph there. And we're asking for a per occurrence on this violation.
Question, I'm looking at the documentation. It shows that this order complied as of 4/15. Are you saying that it's still not in compliance?
I can't understand what he's saying.
I said the notes for the board say that this particular case complied as of 4/15/2021. Are you saying that this is not in compliance?
It's showing on the agenda as per occurrence at this point. It was complied and then remaining compliance now per occurrence. We're asking for a per occurrence on this. I can't understand what he's saying. It's all muffled.
I'm sorry for the confusion. It has not complied, and we're requesting a per occurrence. It is a repeat violator per court order CE 19009459, order dated 11/1/2019.
I move in case CE 19018800. I find the property is again in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances listed in staff's presentation and of the previous order dated 11/1/2019. This constitutes a repeat violation as defined in Florida statutes. Further, I grant 15 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $300 per day be assessed. Additionally, a fine of $350 per day per occurrence be imposed for any repeat violations after compliance is achieved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Lorenzen, second by Mr. Vasilla, which is 15 days, $300 a day, $350 per occurrence thereafter. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next case, please.
Page 17, number 32, CE 2000-0605, Marcia Smiling and Zephaniah Smiling, 110 East Jersey Avenue. We have service and no one is present.
Good afternoon, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement, Stephen Saucier. This case was started with a complaint submitted by a citizen as well. It began back in 2020. I performed the initial inspection on it, and it's cited for pool barrier access gates and also pool sanitation.
Okay. Go ahead.
It is still not in compliance since January of 2020.
The latest photos are April 24th, 2021. And then the photo for the pool sanitation appears to be 2020. That is correct. But as far as us being able to get into the backyard to confirm that it's been complied, I don't have that information, and we haven't had permission to go back into the back into a neighboring property or that property to see if they are in compliance.
Okay, well, let's do 15 days and $250 a day. See if we can get them to comply.
Thank you.
No.
Second.
Discussion?
Discussion? I'd like to suggest that we do a shorter time, like 3.
Shorten the time?
Yeah.
Okay. 3 days,
You're amending it
You
to
can
3
fly.
days?
$250 a day. I'm amending my motion to 3 days and $250 a day.
Second by right.
Okay. Ms. Clayton, you second that motion?
I'll second that motion.
Okay. We have a motion, 3 days, $250 a day, seconded by Ms. Clayton. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? You opposed? Mr. Vasilla opposes the motion. Motion carries. Next case.
Number 33, CE 2000-1383. The owner is Gerald E. Masters, 507 Clemens Road. We have service and no one is present.
Good afternoon, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement, Stephen Saucier. I also performed the initial inspection on this case back in 2020. At that time, it was had overgrowth for the front lawn. We have also received several complaints in the past on the same property for the same cited condition. As of the photos from the 24th, which are appearing on the screen, it appears that they are in compliance as of the 24th.
So you want this pulled as remaining compliance, or you want an order?
Correct. I'd like to get a remaining compliance for that as well. Thank you.
Okay, well, all we can do is give them so many days to come into compliance, and it
That's
can be re-inspected.
That's-
Okay,
Thank you. That's fine.
okay.
Mr. Urbaniak, you're up.
Sir, I believe you're muted.
So are we doing a violation here or just an order to stay in compliance? Because it doesn't look like we have an issue here, well, except for these vehicles.
You're just doing the violation until they repeat it, then we can do a order to stay in compliance. Right now, all you can do is give them so many days, and the
Okay.
inspector can go out and make sure that it's done.
Gotcha. Okay. In this matter, I grant 15 days to come into compliance. The compliance not achieved by the date of fine of $200 a day be assessed.
Second, Lorenzo.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second by Mr. Lorenzen. It's 15 days, $200 a day. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next case.
Page 18, number 34, case number CE 2000-2921. The owner is Brian J. Anderson, 212 Lentz Road. We have service and no one is present.
Good afternoon, Stephen Saucier, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. I performed the initial inspection on this property back in 2020 based off of a complaint submitted by a citizen. The property is cited for overgrowth and exceeding allowable amounts of trailers or RVs. And as we can see in the photographs, I believe they've got 3 boats there in the overgrowth. And that's still current.
I grant 20 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that time, $300 a day be assessed. 20 days.
It's 20 days. The motion is 20 days, $300 a day. Do we have a second?
Second, Urbaniak.
Discussion?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next case.
That concludes the agenda.
Okay, Ms. Meyer. In one of the cases, code enforcement had asked for the fine to run and then for you all to put a lien on the property. Is that something you all are going to do, or do we have to do that by motion?
You do not have to do it by motion. It will just go through our normal process, and when it's time to file the lien, we will file it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We're adjourned.
Thank you, guys.